never
I'm
do
not a
Eminem
fan
Will
of
Smith
other
beef?
men, dude.
You never do
I'm
Eminem
in
Will
my
Smith
zone. I'm a man at peace. There's only one thing I can control in this life, me. I'm not a fan of nobody. Eminem, I don't care.
beef? Yikes. You didn't even know that Eminem and Will Smith had beef? That's wild. That's like actually wild. Will Smith's like the only rapper to win a beef against Eminem. So the fact that
Okay.
you didn't even know about it is wild.
What am I supposed to do with that information?
I don't know.
Match found.
You did not fix your voice chat problem in your stream, Rustin.
Hello.
What's up?
Hi. Oh, finally.
I
Hey.
am the beginning. I am the end.
You said you fixed your voice chat problem. You did not.
Yeah, I fixed it.
Nope. Not fix it.
Oh, we're having issues with the game. Got it working.
What? No, you need to fix your stream voice chat problem.
And to any viewers we have out there that are debating waking up and joining, you're going to see the prime gameplay that we need to see to get these people out of bed and get them on the game.
Fake news.
That's not fake news.
It's not gameplay.
There's a raise. I sense her laughter. To laugh again.
Stealing sight.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out.
Healing you. One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Sage, the life you give. Do you ever wonder where it's taken from?
You need to return that monitor.
What?
You need to return
What
that
are you
monitor.
talking about?
What was that aim?
I popped a head. You see the head pop?
You missed everything. He popped your head, that's all that.
No prisoners.
Oh boy.
My ultimate is ready. Cover going out. Watch them run.
Plant is mine.
Hey.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Wall raised. Healing.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading. Reloading.
Enemy spotted B.
Cover going out. Sage killed. Blinding.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh, okay. We back in it now. Let's get the advantage.
Cutting their vision.
Enemy spotted A.
For you.
Shadows traveling.
What you guys think? There.
Cover going out.
Headshot.
Scatter.
You will not kill my allies.
Sage, just your resume, girl. You won't.
Your duty is
Oh, well, let's rip.
Strike down A.
My ultimate's ready.
Thirty seconds left.
Come on, let's go. Flash.
Last player standing.
Sorry, Sage.
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything here.
There. There. Careful here. Careful here.
Coward. Run.
Careful here.
Nowhere to run! Cover going out.
enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Here. My ultimate is ready.
Last enemy taken out.
Watch them run.
Switching sides.
I'm kind of feeling myself right now. Y'all better keep up.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Enemy spotted A.
One down.
Still in sight.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Watch your eyes! Someone's A.
Shadows
Last
traveling.
player standing.
Please, if he needs me, I can't be away for long. Let's end this.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading. Reloading.
Careful now.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted B.
Just another quick
83 raise.
Watch your eyes.
Spike planted.
Is a what?
Is this in a quick play game or you actually right?
Yeah, just making sure everything works. A lot of demands for a watcher.
Last player standing.
The symphony of death. Great to get you.
I need a drop.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
I am everywhere.
Thank you.
Enemy spotted C.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted C.
Bye.
Last player standing.
You will not
Spike
kill
planted.
my allies.
Match point.
The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
My intuition is telling me they're going B. My intuition was wrong.
Spotted A.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
They will cover.
Thank you.
Oops, my ult's ready. Fire in the hole!
Last player standing. Attackers win.
$315.
Match found.
What happened?
My investments are making money for me.
How much you up now?
I'm up 167. That's more than I put in. 14%.
Did you pull it out?
No,
Are you supposed to sell what you put in?
no,
No,
because it's
you
just going
told
to the
me.
moon.
Yeah, fake news.
That's what it is, brother. Buy low, sell high.
I've got all the time in the world.
I've got all the time. Hey team, what's up, guys? Hold on, Sharon. I need some gaming music. It's a gamer. Gaming God playlist. $20 million years of evolution for this.
Take him dead or alive. Probably dead. Well, preferably dead.
What up, y'all? Can I make my way from outside in the frigid cold to inside one of the most iconic domes in college sports? I'm at Syracuse trying to get on the floor of the JMA Dome, where some of you may know as the Carrier Dome. The first spot I want to go is right around these stairs right here. I've seen a few people walk around there. That could be an opportunity. Right as we approach the dome, I just got the
Drop in a smoke. Good at you.
No more.
Healing you. Reloading.
Take flight.
No peeking.
So long. Target spotted B.
Watching here.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Barrier created. nothing like enemy clothes. I wouldn't be caught dead in that outfit.
Revealing area.
Show me a target.
Here. Healing. Dropping smoke.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
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 Right here.
Here. Right here.
Take flight.
Spike planted.
Shot down.
Wall raised.
Barrier. Can't use this yet. Drop in a smoke. For you. Here.
One enemy remaining.
No peeking.
No more. I have survived more than they have ever seen. Scanning ahead.
Drop in a smoke.
Deploying drone.
No peeking.
Spike down A.
No one close. She's
Oh, refreshing. My ult is ready.
one's the
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
nice.
Can I trade my powers in for invincibility? Much prefer that.
Why are they so determined to die?
Pick them off.
The hunt begins.
Spike down B.
Die. Enemy spotted B.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted B.
No peeking. Here, catch. A spike carrier's down.
Spike down B.
My rules.
Clove, you should probably play your.
Drop in a smoke.
30 seconds left.
Okay, so you should play your.
One enemy remaining.
Got the spike.
Also,
Spike planted.
last one's late.
No peeking.
Thanks.
You're all more important than words on a brief. Look out for each other.
Sorry, guys. I'll get him next time.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy down. Target down. No distraction.
Here, catch.
One enemy
Target
remaining.
down. You did your best. This wasn't enough.
Breathe. Then commit.
Roll for initiative. Spike drop.
I have the spike.
Dropping smokes. I got the spike.
Spike down A.
Multiple targets defender spawn. Neutralized. Weapon here.
Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
Weapon here.
Thirty seconds left.
Target like that. When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that weight.
Sorry, guys.
I shot somebody. Or you. Drop in a smoke.
Try again.
One's heaven.
Right here. Spike planted. Healing you. Reloading. Enemy and defender spawn.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Have one of
No
these.
distraction.
Here. Gun here.
Enemies close. Eyes up. Let us hunt.
Revealing area. Show me a target. Not enough.
Dropping smoke.
Deploying drone.
My ultimate is ready. Got two.
Enemy spotted A.
Face your fear!
Enemy spotted A.
One's behind you.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
This one's the way.
You saw him. He was up there on your left.
No peeking.
You should just play.
Don't push it. Don't push it. He's in. He might be in there. Saw him. He's right there.
Back like
Yeah,
I
good.
never left.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
Nice try.
oh nice. Got it. Nice.
Damn. Good job.
it.
Act on my intent. Don't give them time to reposition.
Time's up. Let's go.
Scanning ahead.
Reloading. No
If your
peeking.
deadlock has a trip,
Pull them to their grave.
Last player standing.
Alright. Right here. Drop in a smoke. Spike planted. There's no need for the enemy to suffer. Kill them fast.
Come into the unknown.
Dropping smoke.
Got one. Reloading.
I could just just do with this one?
The hunt begins.
Thirty seconds
Spike
left.
planted. I can't use that.
One enemy remaining.
Drop in a smoke. Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters. Dropping smokes.
Right here.
Oh, there's gonna be a trap. I say we rotate.
Here, I'm on my way. That's a kill. Refreshing. Target spotted. My ultimate is ready.
Plant the spike. Plant the spike.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted. My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Shock dart.
Enemy spotted B.
Drop in a smoke.
Last round in the half.
Spend wisely or spend foolishly. Just spend.
Gun here.
Are you winning?
A little bit.
Making cover.
Dropping smoke. It's spotted A. Over there.
I could heal.
Pew pew. No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
Not ready yet.
Over there.
Enemy spotted A.
Switching sides.
You know what we should do? I'll tell you. We should win. fond of losing.
They're all at B.
No surprises. Drop in a smoke. Not enough. Drop in a smoke. One dead. Down.
Nice.
Spike down B. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Drop in a no charges left.
Oh my god.
I didn't bring a snack. Did anyone bring a snack?
I don't quit.
They're B again.
Oh my god.
No peeking.
They're all window.
Critical hit. Refreshing.
They're rotating.
No peeking.
Spike down B. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
One's behind.
All done. Well, that's just grand.
Nice try.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
What up, man? What? What are you on about?
There you go.
The hunt begins.
Nothing is.
No peeking.
Never mind.
B.
Sage, just come with us.
Or not. Planning A.
Spike planted.
peeking.
No surprises. Target spotted A.
Drop in a smoke. Woo!
Target spotted.
Enemy spotted A.
Target spotted A.
Back like I never left. Think I'll stay.
What do we learn by fighting ourselves? Thinking out loud.
Your team is slipping.
I will not die today.
There they are.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Spike down A.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. They're rotating.
Not ready yet.
Do we still have Spike?
We tend to dust.
I hear him coming B.
Right here. Have a kit. Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
Get back, sweetheart.
Match point.
Let's close this out.
Beep beep. Minus 15 RR delivery. That's funny.
Ooh, they called you gay.
Hey, who did?
Well, somebody on their team, they called you gay.
I mean, to be fair, I did sit in a corner for the entire match and let somebody
There they are.
walk onto our site.
My turn. No peeking.
Oh my god. One is B. And an A.
My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining. Thirty
Actually.
seconds left.
Do we know where they are?
They're in spawn. Their ping isn't moving, so that...
Ten seconds left.
Good game, y'all.
Defenders win.
Casual first game in 2 weeks, MVP. Casual. Not trying though. And the real tragedy was that my audio cut out. I couldn't play music.
The real tragedy is your stream's still broke.
What's wrong with that?
That's the real tragedy.
That's false. By the way, false. False behavior.
Just Discord voices go through your stream, so that's just double.
That's how the kids like it, though, man.
Just double voices, man. Can't watch your stream with sound, man. Good job. Beat your ass in the high five if you gotta watch. You gotta pop out and show people. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one out to skull them.
My ultimate's ready.
My ult is ready.
You still there, Jared?
Yep.
Okay, you gonna watch another one?
Yeah.
Oh, you're missing out, bro. It's free. I'm printing RR tonight.
Match found.
I've got all the time in the world.
Hey team, what's up?
Why is no one wearing the pulse monitors I gave you?
Honestly, I asked for a few readouts and you think I'm Dr. Frankenstein.
What's up, team?
Hello.
What's up?
Drop in a smoke.
Turrets destroyed. Killed my bot. Enemy down.
Drop
Nice.
in a smoke. Have one of these.
Nice, Sova.
Shot down. 3 gone.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Shot down. Reloading.
Not ready.
Oh no, you
No
don't
peeking.
deserve my inventions.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Need a drop.
Yo, anyone got a good outpost game?
I have extra money if anyone needs.
No, I think I got like the fish one.
No peeking. Nat 20.
I think the Phoenix is probably.
Mid.
Drop in a smoke.
They're planting B.
Your fault.
Spike planted.
Have one of these. Reloading. Drop in a smoke. Eyes down. Reloading.
Nice. Yo,
Is everyone's
Sova.
tech still working? Double check it, please. Turret out. Alarm bot out.
Placing swarm grenade.
No peeking.
I hear mid.
Mid A.
Turrets destroyed. Multiple enemies A.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Cutting their vision.
Watching here.
In sight.
Good shit.
My ult ready. Oh.
Was that important?
If we go easy on them, they will never learn.
Turret out.
They want to die. Let them. Turret down.
Oh, nice, Reina.
Spike down A.
ult is ready.
There they are. Enemy spotted. Mid.
Going B.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Coming back. Drop in a smoke.
Be grateful I killed you quickly.
No peeking. Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Did I have a drop? Thanks.
Placing sentry.
Placing alarm bot.
Time for a field test.
No peeking.
Hush. Enemy spotted.
No peeking.
Spike down mid.
Yo, why do they push
One
mid?
enemy remaining.
It's
Flawless.
Right here.
They should probably reevaluate their approach.
Turret out.
I'm getting mad that they're not pushing aside.
Yeah, it's really slow. It's kind of boring.
It's a
Drop in a smoke.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
Jet was mid.
Joke's over! You're
Drop in a
dead!
smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Do we still spike?
Where?
No, do we?
I don't think so.
Now they got it.
I'm popping knives next round.
Here, May or B.
Yeah, B.
Spike planted.
Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
Last player standing.
Whoa.
He's in the cubby.
No peeking. Drop in a smoke. It's ready. No charges.
Nice try.
No time, no time, no time.
I'll see you in a minute.
Clutch.
Come in. Let's go. I got things to do. Right here. I love this part.
Watch this. Enemy spotted B.
No peeking.
Could you peek?
Phoenix.
80 on Sky.
Right here.
I am the hunter.
R.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spotted A. Enemy spotted. Ugh.
Thirty seconds left.
It might come from main, like.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
No time. Just run.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Yo, anyone got a good op?
I have extra money if
Could
anyone
I have a drop? Thank you.
BRB.
Right here.
Okay.
Thank you, bro.
No peeking. Refreshing. Right here. Back like I never left.
No!
I know exactly where you are.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted.
brother. Enemy spotted A.
My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
You guys are actually better.
Drop in a smoke.
You failed. Now sleep.
You know, I could just outlive them. Nah, bullets are quicker. Cards out. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
Placing sentry.
Drop in a smoke.
That's done.
Drop in a smoke.
Good Soldo.
Spike down mid.
Enemy spotted mid.
I've got your trail.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
No peeking.
Last player standing.
The Jet's kind of good, no?
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think.
Thanks.
my way. Right.
Spike down A.
No peeking.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Drop in smoke.
Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
But probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Turret out. Placing alarm bomb.
I won't disappoint you, Clove. Fox D, oh my.
No chance.
Spike
No one here.
planted.
Deleted.
In sight. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch. Last round before the switch.
I didn't care how you do it. Just spend all your money. Maybe buy a short here. Reloading.
Agradecemos a sua visita ao Jardim dos Heróis, criado em honra dos corajosos heróis que salvaram a nossa cidade e que continuam a proteger o nosso mundo da ameaça da Terra Alfa.
I'm here to stay.
There. Placing sentry.
Noise A main or here in mid.
Initiated.
Scatter!
Drop in a smoke.
Area's clear. Alarm bot down. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. I am the hunter.
Spike planted.
I know exactly.
Numpty.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke.
Both backside.
Last player standing.
30 on 39 on side.
One enemy remaining.
Nice try, bro.
Switching sides.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't. Reloading.
Maybe B to avoid Cypher.
Turret out.
One behind screen.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
standing. Spike down B. Flawless.
Damn.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Reloading. Oh shite, I lost my pet rock. One down. No peeking.
Last player
88.
standing.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask. Right here. All right, muckers. Off we go. Drop in a smoke. Refreshing.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike's down.
Turrets destroyed. Placing alarm bot.
One spike.
Placing swarm grenade. One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
Placing swarm grenade.
No peeking.
Swarm grenade out. Swarm grenade out.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Quick peeks now.
Placing sentry.
Our spike carrier's down. I got the
Spike down A.
Dropping smokes. Alarm bot.
Still in sight.
Not ready yet. Enemy spotted
Reload.
A. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Spike drop. I got the spike.
I'm gonna just try to run in because I'm alright.
Turret out.
Go B.
Reloading.
30 seconds left.
I'm 1 HP.
Enemy spotted B.
Dropping smokes.
You guys have to go.
Stay down.
10 seconds left. Spike down B.
Refreshing.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Just let them try to catch me.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Thanks.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
I could just smoke doors.
Here. No peeking. Not ready yet. My not
alright.
ready yet.
No more.
Drop in a
Backside, backside.
Auf Wiedersehen. Right here.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Big flag.
Spike planted. Back like I never left.
I think Jed's a smurf, no?
No, they're not very good.
If we kill him first, we should be able to get the
I
rest
got your
quite
back.
easily.
Just, you know, from the front.
Let me get the orb on A or B so I have mine.
Reloading.
We get this orb and then we walk away.
Just smoke it because they can they can beat
No, I want them to push. I want to kill one here. We want to draw them over here and then we'll go walk away.
Sentry.
Wait, I need it.
No peeking. No peeking. Spike drop. I got this.
Spike down mid.
There's one more.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
Block sight.
Revealing A.
Yeah.
Found. I survived much worse than you. My ult is ready. We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
Want to try B?
Yeah, sure. I think so.
What's up? I want trade.
Right here.
Gun here. Gun here. Time for a field test. Reloading. Right here. Turret out.
Deploying drone.
Drop in a smoke.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted. B.
Jet's backside.
Can't use that. Here. Yeah.
Reloading. Shock dart.
Not ready yet. Right here. Right here.
Me,
On
brother.
one.
I am the hunter!
Spike planted.
It's over. Nice NT.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Revealing area.
Snack time! No charges.
Starve. Only brought enough for me.
So we walk up mid.
Good round, guys. I'm a flat knife.
What's this?
Go B, go B.
I hear them tower, B tower.
Still inside.
Dropping smoke.
Enemy spot. There.
Scanning ahead.
Placing sentry. Have one of these.
Still inside.
Right here. Spike planted. My ult is ready.
Jets at 70. Tower.
Enough. Many enemies.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Good
standing.
trade.
We made a mess of ourselves.
Match point.
It's been grand, but I've got places to avoid and people to ignore, so let's finish this thing. Turret out.
Deploying drone.
Cutting their vision.
Blocking sight. Dropping smokes. Placing alarm bomb. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Secret?
Spike planted.
I know exactly where you are.
Have one of these.
Last player standing.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
BRB storeroom.
I hear him B.
Right here. I've got your trail. Drop in a smoke.
Try to push it. Try to
Go B,
rotate.
B, B.
Enemy spotted A. Down.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
It was A.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Enemy spotted B.
Here! Catch!
Attackers win.
Blocking second.
The goat has returned. Goat fucker 63.
Baby shark. Well,
What's up?
I made some friends at Weiss.
Yo, who'd you make friends with?
Here was a guy who was telling us, he's like, buy all your food right now, because when the terrorists hit, this food's gonna get all expensive.
Based. I don't bet. So you met a patriot.
He said it's because the morons voted for the wrong person. He was telling me how half the country is not college educated.
Okay, you really met this guy? I want to go shake his hand.
Yeah, well, I mean,
The last American patriot. Most patriotic American.
one of one to the other. I have a feeling that the food is the least thing that's gonna get more expensive. All the food is made here. We don't
make anything here.
We're not like importing food. It's very expensive to import food. So I have a feeling that that's not one of the.
Even though food like doubled in price in the last 4 years.
Yeah, but that's inflation. That's not.
Oh, okay. No, I think it is terrorist.
What do you mean? What food do we import that you buy?
Bananas.
False. We absolutely do not import bananas.
We do. We import everything. What are you talking about?
You are delusional, my friend.
You're the oh man, come on.
What food do we import?
Every
How
food.
expensive it be to import food?
That's what we do.
Have you ever tried to find like food from other countries? It's
Yeah.
very expensive.
It's everywhere.
It's very expensive. Fake news. You're more deluded than the man in the store. By
The man at
far.
the store is telling you the truth, and you hate him for it.
You're delusional. We call you Delulu Justin.
God sent you a prophet, and you spit in his face. Good job.
We call you King Delulu. Delulu Folulu. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
What? What the hell you say to me? Justin, something is wrong with your brain. It's okay though.
I think I would know. I think you guys would notice if there was something wrong with my brain.
Well, we noticed. Sometime between graduation and a few years ago, something happened.
Years ago.
Yeah, sometime between graduation and a few years ago.
That's when I was selected to be the chosen one. What happened?
We haven't figured out what happened to you.
Not enough happened, man.
Well, no, that might also be the problem.
We need to scramble the eggs a little more.
So you're a little scrambled. Like we need a Humpty Dumpty kill be put back together again. You know?
You're jealous. Jealous, Jared.
Sometimes it can't be helped. What are we gonna do about it, you know? We tried our best. You know?
You need to try harder.
We lost Tom, we lost you, just in a different way.
What'd you get from the store? Anything good?
Some iced tea, some toothpaste.
Oh, nothing exciting.
Extra fluoride, you know?
Yeah, Lord knows you need the fluoride.
Just
keep that pineal gland all nice and hard.
What the fuck?
My ultimate's ready.
My ult is ready.
Oh. Yeah, I don't really know. Where did we go wrong? What happened in this gameplay, Justin?
I won 2 games in a row. Match MVP back to back.
Did you? I missed.
Not surprised.
Well, I would watch the first one, but I can't hear it, so I just put something else on instead.
Oh.
And then the second one, I just.
Maybe you would if you pick up a couple tips from the master.
If I could hear it, I'd be able to pick up tips, you know?
I can only help you so much.
Well, it doesn't seem like you helped at all. So. All this talk of Valorant for like 2 weeks, and I'm only doing 2 games.
No, we're playing a lot more, man. Why aren't you joining?
I'm here to watch.
The watcher. Self-appointed watcher. Watching.
Match found.
Hey team, what's up?
Hello.
What's up, boys? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Can I join the duo?
No.
Oh.
He's just mad.
I can be purple.
We actually do need a purple. We never had a purple before.
What do you guys have?
Well, we had a blue, but he OD'd, so.
Jesus.
What are you OD on?
You could think it was some like pixie dust, you know, that unicorn dust.
What should I be? What should I be?
It doesn't
Double
matter.
fiesta is a pickle.
Yeah, I'll be good.
The defensive team's attacking and the offensive team's defending. This will be interesting.
Yeah, your stream's on a big delay again.
Oh, wasn't it like that before?
We're gonna get no
Did it ever get fixed?
Oh, well, you did it break it.
I don't know.
Remember, you fixed it. It's fine. You have a lot of problems with your stream that you need to figure out.
I don't really ever have problems with it. Very rarely. In a couple months.
There's always a problem.
Oh. He's expert gameplay and shit.
Fake. Is that expert in parentheses?
Sorry guys, I'm back.
Welcome back there.
Thank you. You guys better not be assholes like my last Clove. She was the biggest bitch ever. Sorry. Yeah, she did right, gun buddy. She made me play Jet. And yeah, just went to shit. Damn.
No peeking. Dropping enemy spotted A. Cutting their vision.
Shit. Good shots. Nice. Push on. What the fuck is that?
My blind is dead.
Refreshing.
Is Johnny on flank? Fuck.
Spike down A. Rip and tear. Thorns activated. 30
Is there someone
seconds
heaven
left.
or? No.
Last player standing.
85 Omen.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, NC.
I will kill their healer. It's the only way to keep them.
Anyone have a sheriff skin?
Could I have a drop? Thank you. Right here.
Thanks. Ooh, okay.
I need a weapon. Thank you.
How much was this thing?
I don't know. Maybe 20 something? I'm not sure.
$20 for a sheriff skin, that's wild.
They pushed up C long.
Almond smoked.
C long.
Right here.
I'm checking B. Me and you, Chloe. Good shots. Oh, he shot me through the... He's a phantom.
Drop in a smoke.
Fuck. Shit. Nice.
Reloading.
Sick head was hiding.
No peeking.
Just walk out this.
You can rotate to E. A.
Gun here.
I have the spike. Spike down.
Shit.
Attacker spawn.
No peeking.
Blinding crack. 30 seconds left. Planted. Launching thorns. Launching thorns.
Check your cam. No one flank.
Drop in a smoke.
Heaven.
Thorns are alive. Thorns are alive.
Last player standing.
Okay.
Blinding.
Good. One enemy remaining.
Alright, run away, run away, run away. Good job. Boy.
Clutch.
Oh my
This
God.
world will know my
That was on your booty.
momentum is a powerful thing. Keep it up.
When I trade Vandal skins,
You have.
thanks.
I need a
Right.
weapon.
I like what I see.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Drop in a smoke.
She walled off B. Bro, this fucking Neon, dude. Nice, good shots.
Oh, Neon's right there. Neon's right
Enemy
behind us,
spotted
bro.
C.
To our left, or?
Spike down.
Enemy
Where?
Wait.
Revealing area. I have the
Get spike, nice.
Alright, let's go A.
Yep.
Drop in a smoke.
Watch heaven.
30 seconds left.
Good plant.
Spike planted. Take flight.
One enemy
Where?
Fucking
remaining.
hell.
On site, on site.
Last player
Oh my
standing.
God.
120, 120, 120.
Very low.
Hurry, hurry. Oh.
That's not good.
Clutch.
Aye, where to?
I need a weapon. Thanks.
Should we play this round a little bit slow?
We will reveal
Sure.
their secrets.
I'll peek C.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted C.
Right here. Aye, I'm pissed.
Neon's coming. Gangbanger.
No peeking. Careful here.
Good. To our left.
Watching here.
Going A.
Going B.
Mm-hmm.
Drop in a smoke.
Fucking bitch, bro. I don't have a gun.
Spike planted. My ult is ready.
Last player standing.
Oh, nah.
Why couldn't I move, dude? My button didn't work. Look.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
No, bro.
Who the
What?
fuck put the surrender? Dude, whoever decided that.
You like my Reaver Vandal or Reaver Phantom, guys?
I had a
You like
fucking
it?
pistol, man. In a 1v4.
Huh?
How the fuck is my team losing this so hard? We get a pick, they all insta
Fucking
die.
winning, I guess.
We get a pick, insta
Oh, I
die.
killed her for you.
Don't want
We get a plant. We have the flank. We're controlling the spike. We have it planted, and my team
Or we can
insta
pick at
dies.
the same time. It's fine.
I'm going with Clove.
Yeah, me too.
Careful here.
Scanning
Drop
ahead.
in a smoke.
Sound bomb.
What the fuck? What a pussy, dude.
Reloading.
He was camping the whole time. Watch out to your left.
Got it.
Nice, nice, nice.
There. Plant the spike. Plant the spike. Plant the spike.
Yo, Clove, go to C site. Bye,
Hold on,
bitch.
just
Nice.
Go, go.
That girl is 50.
Coming.
Reloading.
That's what she
No
is.
peeking.
Oh, watch your right. Watch your right, Clove.
Like down.
Never left.
Nice. Oh, you should let Clove got that. Clove's gonna die now.
Oh, I see.
I have retrieved the spike.
Nice.
W.
Good round, boys.
Great miss. I'm yet to get a kill.
They demand the fight.
Damn.
Who are we to disobey?
It's fine.
Need a drop.
Here, guys, I need my first kill. It's getting bad.
Thank you.
Oh, let's go. We got RTX. Let's go.
Get on with it.
All right, muckers.
There's someone.
Yo, I can flash and we can go in. Right here.
Still inside.
Oh my god, of course you.
Silence. My
Oh.
ready. Reloading.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted. A.
3 gone.
Yo, give me that ace. Give me that ace.
Ace. Hey, still try and win the whole thing though. Like, don't let.
Need help.
You can play Spike.
One enemy remaining.
Danger.
Left, to your left. Good shots.
Fuck yeah. Good job, guys.
Keep them in our sights.
Reloading. Okay, let's get set up.
And I will kill you. Why does no one ever peek mid? Good shots. Oh! Push A, push it. Or go. Oh.
Go see.
We'll come back side.
Get out of my
Revealing
way.
area.
Dropping smoke. I want of these.
Go.
Look, we gotta help him.
Fuck.
Spike down. C.
That's not good. That is not good. Their campaigns was
Reloading.
You will not kill my allies. I've got your trail. See nothing.
Bring me the arsenal!
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Come plant. I'm watching back.
Spike planted.
Not ready.
Wall set. Ripple there.
Not ready yet.
Let's go!
Dropping a
W.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee tip.
Bop. Did they never peek mid?
Good thing.
Drop in a smoke.
My ultimate is ready. Where is everyone hide? Found.
Back.
Zero? How? I had my crosshair on him the whole
I
time.
hit 120. Hit him 120.
Good shots.
Last player standing.
They will scurry, and then they will die.
I need a weapon.
Right here.
Watching here.
Sorry.
This guy's play so weird.
Reloading.
Standing ahead.
Reloading.
No peeking.
Reloading.
No, rotate. They're all A.
Enemy spotted. C.
Apparently not.
Drop in a smoke.
Neon's on C.
Enemy spotted. C.
Scatter.
Watch our spawn.
Enemy down.
Oh, come on, guys. Mid. There's two. Two mid.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Nice.
Go away.
No peeking.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Good shots.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
I don't know if this crosshair will work, but let's see. If it makes me start playing better. Oh, I forgot to buy shield.
Right here.
Shit. Good shot.
Drop in a smoke. Careful here.
Sage is mid. Good shots.
C is clear. C is clear.
Right here.
Yeah, come see.
Last place.
Standing ahead.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, good trade.
Spike
Placing wall
planted.
trap. Launching thorns.
I like the flower.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Shit their neon while she's
Oh,
running.
okay.
Reloading.
No peeking.
Reloading.
Revealing.
There's one down there, sewer.
There they are.
Reloading.
Shots.
Go, go, go. Smoke
Dropping
heaven.
a smoke
Thanks.
right here.
Down.
Nice
Ultimate's
shot.
ready.
Shot down.
Spike planted.
Neon's coming from behind their spawn.
No peeking.
Right here. Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
She's low. She's low. 60. Hit 60.
Back like I never left.
Nice job, guys.
That's another dead one.
WW.
Last round in the half.
Last
Go,
call
trade,
for all
trade,
the
trade,
things
trade.
we need to kill him with. Buy up.
Ooh. What's this guy?
Gun here. Could I have a drop? Thanks.
I'll peek with you. Clove. I'll peek with you.
Enemy spotted. C. Reloading.
Rip and tear.
Nice.
Good shot.
Rip and
She's,
tear.
she's right.
Thorns activated.
Dropping smoke.
Revealing area.
Here! Gap!
One enemy remaining. Spike down. C.
Nice.
Switching
Yo,
sides.
from bottom fragging to top fragging. Look at that, guys.
If they're
What'd you?
learning, It's not.
Bro, you stole my first?
Right here.
What's up?
I said you stole my first. I thought we were friends.
Oh, we are friends.
Who's got a sheriff skin?
Not me. Well, I have an ugly ass one.
Could I have a drop?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm coming.
Right here. Right here.
Uh oh. Guys, I don't think I'll make it.
Sorry.
Thanks. I'm peeking mid because I'm cool like that.
Show me how cool you are. Get the ace
Nope.
real quick.
Maybe C.
Wall trip.
No peeking.
C.
You're done.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted. C.
One enemy remaining.
You fucking stole it.
Spike down.
Oh, flank.
Last player standing.
Oh. Nice. Pick up the vent. Yeah.
I demand.
How am I still fucking bottom frag from that? Fuck. Well, can I have that again?
Could I have a drop?
Hey,
Are
please.
we all fighting for first? That's how we doing it?
Oh, I'm coming for that first place, buddy. I'm coming.
As long as you're winning, come on, guys.
I'm coming for that top frag, dude.
All right, see, we got to transform now.
Dude, we're literally
Oh my
such a
God.
good team right now. We all have even kills.
Yeah, they're here. Okay, maybe.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Right here. Die. My ult ready.
One enemy remaining.
of these.
The corner. Where the fuck is he?
Where the fuck?
We all looking for the killer. She's not even there.
No, give me that kill. No.
No, 101.
Oh,
No, I'm second. God damn it.
damn it.
Alright, lucky socks.
Yeah, baby, I'm first.
Here.
Fuck.
Oh,
I'm gonna need that vandal. Oh.
pussy.
No.
First, baby. Yeah,
Second.
boy.
God damn. How do I go from? Ah.
Cat break.
Spike
No one here.
planted.
Stay in sight.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out.
Healing you.
One. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Someone's A.
Shadows.
Last player standing.
Ready yet?
Do we still have Spike?
I hear him coming B.
right here. Have a kit. Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
Get that,
Nice.
sweetheart.
Instead, Levitt going to back up and just throw it deep. Clock's at 2, at 1, it lands at 0, and the game's over. What a win for Arizona State. So they're going to look at this to make sure that the clock is at 000. They're going to review it to double check, because if not, BYU would have one play. So they're going to have to clear.
I actually thought he let it go a little bit early. I thought he'd wait.
Let's get Matt Austin in here, our rules expert. So, Matt, what is the ruling on this? It crosses the sideline with about 2 seconds left.
Yes, it is, because they continue to come out.
And Kenny Dillingham trying to urge the fans surrounding him to get the goalpost back up. You got to get the goalposts fixed and the fans.
Scatterboo now, he's being patrolling the sidelines, trying to get people back into the stands so that we can have this final play.
Arizona State, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now there's 11. They just got the 11th guy on. Retzlaff steps up, moving to his right, hoists it deep, and it's underthrown, and it was caught but short of the goal line. It was caught by Chase Roberts, but it doesn't matter. The game is over, and now they can celebrate. Arizona State with the win.
The possibility of a nuclear
On the 10th of November, 1975, the largest ship to ever sink on the Great Lakes slipped under the waters of Lake Superior and took every member of its crew with it. The exact cause was a mystery that spawned a massive investigation, but the truth remains shrouded even to this day. This vessel, the Edmund Fitzgerald, remains a stark reminder of the dangers that mariners face when going to sea on the waters of the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes. How do you describe something so vast to someone unfamiliar with them? These aren't simple run-of-the-mill backyard freshwater lakes. They're as vast as seas. I could tell you they are the largest freshwater system in the world and contains 84% of North America's fresh water. In fact, they contain 20% of the world's fresh water. The largest lake is the largest lake in the world based on surface area. This lake, aptly named Lake Superior, could fit the 4 smaller lakes of the Great Lakes inside of it. It's 350 miles wide, 160 miles long. Its average shoreline is 2,726 miles long, and it's an average of 500 feet deep and a max of 1,332 feet deep. But those are just numbers. They don't give you a true scope of the lakes or an idea of how dangerous they are. What about the fact that the lakes are home to an estimated 6,000 shipwrecks and the graves of nearly 30,000 sailors? These massive freshwater seas are more dangerous than most would believe, and yet they are nonetheless extremely useful. Around 125 million tons of cargo are shipped across the Great Lakes every year, 40% of that being produced from America's breadbasket, things like wheat, corn, oats, and soybeans. But another 40% are minerals and important ores, iron, taconite, coal, salt, and stone, fueling the U.S.'s huge industrial machine. In fact, our story centers around a massive powerhouse in that industry. Ordered on February 1st of 1957 by the Northwest Mutual Life Insurance Company, the SS Edmund Fitzgerald was going to be an absolute behemoth of a lake freighter. At the time, she was designed to be exactly 1 foot less than the maximum allowable limit on the Great Lakes, 729 feet. This being because the locks in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, often just called the Soo Locks, were 730 feet. Her beam was the maximum allowed limit of 75 feet. At the time of her commissioning, she was the largest ship on the Great Lakes. She would be a whopping 13,632 tons and could carry well over 25,000 tons in her hold. She had a crew of 29 and was driven by massive steam turbine engines that pushed her along at 14 knots. Named after the president and CEO of the Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company, Edmund Fitzgerald, the man had a vested interest in Great Lakes shipping. His grandfather and 5 of his brothers were all mariners on the Great Lakes. On top of that, his company had large stakes in the coal and iron ore industries, which would explain why they were willing to fit the bill for the $8.4 million ship, just over $81 million when adjusted for inflation. Laid down on the 7th of August 1957, she was commissioned the 7th of June 1958. Now, this was where the superstitious type may take note. Her commissioning did not go off without a hitch. There were a few clear issues. A crowd of an estimated 10,000 people watched from set-up grandstands, from the piers, even some watching from rooftops to see the mighty Fitz launched. But when it came time for Elizabeth Fitzgerald, Edmund Fitzgerald's wife, to break the ceremonial bottle of champagne across the bow, it took 3 tries. But the leery ceremony had only just started. The ship slid down the slipway and entered the water at a dangerous-looking angle. After self-righting, it sent a wave into the opposite pier and slammed into it. There was a wave of shock and excitement, and a middle-aged man from Toledo even had a heart attack and died. It was foreboding, to say the least. Any older mariner will of course tell you a bad christening is a sign of bad luck. But in spite of her precarious christening ceremony, she continued to be outfitted. The company, in the famous words of John Hammond, spared no expense. Her massive power plant would make her one of the fastest freighters on the lakes at the time. Her pilot house had the most advanced navigational and charting equipment, as well as top-of-the-line radio and communications equipment. The Fitz's interior could honestly be described as lavish. 2 guest staterooms, a guest lounge, a comfortable captain's office and quarters. There was a laundry room and recreational deck, and the crew staterooms were larger than industry standards. There were 2-person rooms with deep pile carpeting, many featuring tile bathrooms and personal showers. All of them were air-conditioned. They were furnished well with a desk, bookcases, chairs, and a closet. The lounges featured leather seats and recliners, drape-covered portholes, and a large panoramic stern-facing window that showed a beautiful view of the lake. They also had a full kitchen with all the amenities to provide meals to the 2 dining rooms on board. The ships would be leased by the Ogleby Norton Mineral Firm for a 25-year contract. They immediately made it the flagship of its Columbia Transportation Division fleet. The lavish and large behemoth was considered a reward to be attached to. They stacked their crew lists with the most skilled and proven mariners in their fleet. She would make her maiden voyage on the 22nd of September 1958, leaving her berth in the Rouge River near Detroit, Michigan, and sailing to Silver Bay, Minnesota to retrieve a load of taconite iron ore. Her very first trip, the ship set a Great Lakes tonnage record, the first of many records the mighty Fitz would set. To those in service in the Great Lakes Fleet, and to those living in lakeshore communities around the Great Lakes, Fitzgerald became something of a folk icon. The red and white monolithic vessel captured fascination and attention wherever she passed, carrying cargo loads that were thought to be impossible prior to her creation. She remained the largest until 1971, the whole time embodying the industrious spirit of the Great Lakes manufacturing and the United States. Onlookers would line the Soo locks to watch the ship pass through. She was even nicknamed the Singing Ship due to her captain Peter Pulser. Pulser assumed command in 1966 and drove a tough ship, setting a single haul record of over 30,000 tons 4 times. In 1969, the Fitz hauled a yearly haul record of 1,349,404 tons. But Captain Pulser was an eccentric and friendly skipper. To boost morale, he often piped music over the ship's loudhailer. Whilst passing through the Soo locks, he was known to go onto the bridge wings with a megaphone to give facts and information to onlookers as they passed through. He remarked fondly that he still received letters about this well into his retirement. The Fitz would receive numerous nicknames over her career: the Toledo Express, the pride of the American side, and of course, Mighty Fitz. She was the pinnacle of Great Lakes shipping, even into 1971 when she was refitted from coal firing to fuel oil fired, only increasing her speed and endurance. By 1975, the Fitz was still well into her prime, not even done with her initial contract and not even a third of the way through her expected service life, one that could have easily lasted into our modern day. The 9th of November 1975, at 0830 the Big Fitz is moored at the Burlington Northern Railroad docks. She begins loading 26,116 tons of taconite for a trip from Superior, Wisconsin, across Lake Superior, through the locks and south to Detroit, Michigan. The process of loading was lengthy, as it always was, the loading foreman and deck boss working in tandem to ensure the proper distribution of ore throughout the massive ship's hull. Too much to one side or the other and she'd risk capsizing, of course, but too much along the center line, or amidships, and she'd drag belly out of the port, or worse, hog and break her back, something that had killed several ships before her. But by 14:15, 6 hours later, she was hauling in her lines, underway, making way. As they passed out the breakwater, a Janice Armagost stood on the breakwater with her 2 kids. She was hoping to catch a glimpse of her husband, Michael Armagost, the 3rd mate. But failing to see him, she yelled to a deckhand asking where Mike was. He responded that he was below decks. Janice would be the last person to see any of the Edmund Fitzgerald's crew alive. At command of the Fitz was Captain Ernest McSorley, age 63. The Toledo native captain took the reins from his predecessor, Captain Pulser, in 1972, and ran a completely different ship. He maintained a customary distance from the crew, maintaining a professional atmosphere. He was a good businessman, too, with his mind on scheduling and timetables. The company saw him in good favor, as he ensured the vessel stayed profitable. But he wasn't disliked or even off-putting. He was very respected for his skills and professionalism. The season would soon be over. This was likely one of Fitzgerald's last trips before putting up for winter layover, the time of year when ships either dry docked or docked for the winter to receive repairs. The locks would close and the lakes would freeze over up until the spring thaw. There was rumor that this would be the skipper's last season. Captain McSorley had been to sea since he was 18, and a captain of ships since 1951. The weather that day had looked promising. The National Weather Service had been tracking a big November storm, but predicted it would pass south of Lake Superior. But by the late hours of the 9th, that proved to be false. The barometer was quickly dropping, and it was evident that the storm would hit Superior, and hard. Around 1630, another freighter, the freighter Arthur M. Anderson, would be departing Two Harbors, Minnesota, just ahead of the Edmund Fitzgerald, but heading on a parallel course. The slightly older Anderson was initially shorter than Fitzgerald upon construction, but after a refit, she was lengthened to be a bit longer than Fitzgerald, though was noticeably slower. She would be passed by Big Fitz before too long. As they steamed together towards the locks, the Fitzgerald heading for Detroit, and the Anderson for Gary, Indiana. The captain of the Anderson was Captain Jesse Bernie Cooper, a veteran of the business just as assuredly as Captain McSorley. He knew the capabilities of his own ship as well as the Edmund Fitzgerald. And while he wasn't afraid of the weather system approaching the Superior Lake, he knew to respect November storms, just as well as any mariner of the lakes that were worth their salt. He kept his eye on it, even as the Fitz passed her and took the lead. As the day of the 9th turned into the 10th, the two ships began to communicate. Both ships were equipped with weather observation and reporting equipment used by the National Weather Service to assist in tracking and reporting weather systems across the Great Lakes. The two skippers agreed that the storm looked like it would be a doozy. Together, they altered their course to hug the Canadian shore to try and shelter from the encroaching weather system. But as Cooper tracked the storm, he knew they would get hit before they could reach the relative safety of Whitefish Bay, Michigan. November storms aren't just passing squalls on the lakes. Both McSorley and Cooper knew this. As the waves built and the winds blew, one could likely stand on the bridge and look aft at the spar deck, with her many deck coverings. If you watched, you'd likely see the ship bowing, the deck bouncing up and down as the rear deck house rose and fell. But believe it or not, that was a good thing. The two captains would likely remember a time when big straight deck freighters were in heavy November storms and they didn't flex. November 18th, 1958. The Carl D. Bradley was underway in Lake Michigan, heading north. The ship was 639 feet and built in 1927. And this wasn't its first storm. Steaming from Gary, Indiana to Manitowoc, the ship was thrust into the path of two converging storms. The temperature plunged with the barometer, winds skyrocketed, and seas swelled. As the Bradley steamed north, she was harangued by winds in the excess of 50 knots and 25 to 30-foot seas. At around 1700, the first mate noticed that the stern of the ship was sagging. In horror, the captain looked back to watch his ship split in half. He sounded the alarm and ordered an abandoning of the ship. The stern swamped too quickly to launch the two lifeboats there. A life raft was tossed off the bow, and 4 sailors piled in as the stricken freighter slipped beneath. The 4 men battled through the night, being tossed from the raft over and over, and swimming back through the cold water over and over. At some point during the night, one man failed to clamber back into the raft, and then another. By daybreak, the Coast Guard found only 2 out of the 33 crewmen aboard. The rest were lost to the lake. In a shockingly similar incident, the 630-foot SS Daniel J. Morrill was steaming north on Lake Huron for Thunder Bay, Michigan, on the 29th of November, 1966. Just like the Carl D. Bradley, she was in a November storm, nose into the seas and flexing with the waves. Similarly, the ship shuddered and flexed, going into her death throes at 2 in the morning. Panicked crewmen leapt into the 34-degree water, where they would never be seen again. 4 men loaded into a raft on the bow, waiting for the ship to sink. Bizarrely, the men spotted a ship sailing past in the storm, only to realize it was the aft section of the Morrell, split free with her engine still pushing her ahead. The ship sank beneath the 4 men, left to bob in Lake Huron in the heavy cold storm. The ship was reported overdue, and the U.S. Coast Guard began a search, locating the life raft 40 hours later. They hopped on board and found only watchman Dennis Hale had survived, half frozen, wearing only boxers, a pea coat, and a life jacket. His 3 shipmates had frozen to death. A subsequent survey of the wreck found the stern section had sailed 5 nautical miles before sinking. 2 massive freighters, 2 November storms, 2 huge losses of life. The lake was infamous for November storms, and here Fitzgerald and Anderson found themselves in one, flexing as they forged their way through. But unlike the Morrell and the Bradley, these ships flexing was actually a good thing. The truth is, being built in 1927 and 1906 respectively, these ships were almost pioneers. Some of the earliest and largest lake freighters, they were built from rigid, brittle steel. The ships were made to not flex, so traveling over these large 20 to 35-foot seas put their keels under immense strain as they hogged and sagged. Eventually something was going to yield, their keels or the seas. The Anderson and Fitzgerald being built in the 50s meant they were built with superior steel and designed to flex in heavy seas. And as the ships came about and steamed south into the eye of the storm, aiming for Whitefish Bay, flex they did. By this time, the faster Edmund Fitzgerald had passed the Arthur M. Anderson, but both ships were within radio and radar range and were conversing regularly about the deteriorating weather. The winds had jumped up to 40 knots, and waves were easily 10 to 12 foot in height. But they were coming from the south, putting the bows of the ships into the seas, which, despite a bit rougher, was actually better for stability and steerage. The Captain Burney of the Anderson contacted McSorley, predicting that once the storm progressed, the winds would likely shift by almost 180 degrees, and his prediction would turn out nearly spot on. As night turned to day, the ships began approaching the islands outside Whitefish Bay, Michipicoten Island and Caribou Island. The depth of Superior giving way to shallower shoals, and of course shallower water leads to higher building seas. By 1400, the ships had passed through the eye of the storm. The winds shifted. By this time, they were coming from the north at 42 knots, giving them a long fetch and plenty of open water to build, creating a substantial stern sea as the ships passed into the shallows around the islands. At this time, snow began to fall pretty heavily on the lake. The Arthur M. Anderson crew lost visual sighting of the Edmund Fitzgerald. This would be the last time anyone saw the ship. They could only see her on radar from then on. By 1500, Captain Cooper decided to bring his ship farther to the east, putting her slightly abeam of the winds and seas. A necessary risk as the man saw it, trying to avoid the infamous 6-fathom shoal that ran close to Caribou Island. A fathom, of course, being a measurement of 6 feet, meaning under average conditions the 6-fathom shoal was around 36 feet deep, the exact draft of the Arthur M. Anderson. The Fitzgerald draft was a less substantial 26 feet, but one should also consider the nature of the growing seas. Dropping into a 10 to 15 foot trough of a swell would bring the ship's keel dangerously close to the bottom. But inexplicably, based upon radar plot from the Anderson's bridge, Fitzgerald didn't do the same, but in fact turned slightly towards Caribou Island. But unfortunately, because they didn't log the radar plot, this is all based purely on the crew's testimony. But according to Captain Cooper, he vehemently believed that the Fitzgerald passed directly over the 6-fathom shoal. By now, Cooper was on the bridge, as well as the first mate and second mate. They watched the radar nervously to see if the ship stopped or slowed. To their dismay, at 1530, the voice of Captain McSorley came over the radio. According to the captain, they had a railing down on the spar deck, had lost a few vent covers, and were taking on water, enough to make the mighty Fitz list. He stated he would check down, or reduce speed, so that the slower Anderson could catch up with her. Captain Cooper asked if he had energized his dewatering pumps, to which McSorley responded yes, both of them. Cooper agreed to catch up to the Fitzgerald, which by now was around 17 nautical miles ahead of the Anderson. Both ships were about 4 to 5 hours from the relative safety of Whitefish Bay. But the issues would only be compounded. Fitzgerald once again called the Arthur M. Anderson less than an hour later. Ernest McSorley informed Bernie Cooper that both of his radars were inoperable and that he was driving blind, asking if the Anderson could assist in navigating the Fitz with her own radar, which of course they agreed to. By 1630 it was growing dark. That, coupled with the driving snow, meant visibility may as well have been none. The winds were logged at 58 knots from the north, driving the stern seas to a terrifying 12 to 18 feet. Shortly after their conversation, Captain McSorley called the Coast Guard station at Grand Marais, Michigan. He had been attempting to use his radio direction finding equipment to get a fix off the beacon on Whitefish Point, but couldn't receive the signal. Without his radar, this would be one of his only ways of navigating. But the Coast Guard reported that the beacon was offline, and they were trying to get it back up and running. McSorley was navigating blind. By 1700, the Arthur M. Anderson recorded that she was around 15 nautical miles to the stern of Edmund Fitzgerald, still assisting in navigating the stricken ship with their own radar as they slowly closed the distance. By now the seas were growing, waves flowing over the spar decks of both ships. By 1800, Captain Cooper laid below as the first mate maintained the watch, reporting that the seas were as high as 25 feet. By 1900, Fitzgerald was only around an hour from the safety of Whitefish Bay. The first mate on the Anderson called Captain McSorley to inform him that the Fitz was around 10 nautical miles ahead of them and around 15 nautical miles from the lee of Crisp Point. 10 minutes after that, in 1910, the Anderson picked up a contact on her radar, farther to the south. Calling the Fitzgerald, he passed on, "There's a target 19 miles ahead of us, so the target is 9 miles on ahead." Captain McSorley asked, "Well, am I going to clear?" To which the mate responded, "Yes, he's going to pass to the west of you." Fitzgerald responded with a simple, "Well, fine." Offhandedly, the mate asked before signing off, "Oh, by the way, how are you making out with your problems?" To which McSorley responded, "We are holding our own." This was the last anyone heard from the crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald. The mate signed off with, "Okay, fine. I'll be talking to you later." By the end of this conversation, the captain returned to the bridge, to which he observed the radar contact of the Fitzgerald around 9 nautical miles ahead. Shortly thereafter, snow subsided and visibility opened up dramatically. The bridge crew on the Anderson searched for the lights of the Fitzgerald, but couldn't see them, only spotting a handful of northbound freighters, the Nanfree, the Benfree, and the Avafors. Captain Cooper immediately believed the Fitzgerald had lost power and told everyone to keep an eye out for her silhouette. In 1920, only 10 minutes after their last radio call, Anderson's radar was picking up 3 radar contacts, the northbound freighters, but no Edmund Fitzgerald. Captain Cooper began calling for the Fitzgerald over the radio, but received nothing with each call. He called another ship to ensure that his radio was functioning, which it was. Soon after, he called the Coast Guard station at Sault Ste. Marie to report his fears, but received no follow-up. Afterwards, he called the northbound freighters that confirmed they had no radar contact of the Fitz, nor any sightings of it. By 2032, the Arthur M. Anderson called Coast Guard Group Sault Ste. Marie, stating, "I'm very concerned with the welfare of the steamer Edmund Fitzgerald. He was right in front of us experiencing a little difficulty. He was taking on a small amount of water, and none of the upbound ships have passed him. I can see no lights as before, and don't have him on radar. I just hope he didn't take a nosedive." The Coast Guard began performing radio calls, when at 2100, the Anderson officially declared the Fitzgerald missing, and the Coast Guard immediately began a multi-unit search, even asking the Anderson to come about and brave the storm once more to assist in the search, to which they of course obliged. The Coast Guard scrambled helicopters from Coast Guard Station Traverse City, the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Naugatuck from Sault Ste. Marie, the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Woodrush from Duluth, Minnesota, even fixed-wing aircraft from the Canadian Coast Guard. Aircraft and rescue vessels began a massive search in the area. None of the 29 crew were found, dead or alive. The first bit of wreckage was found by the Anderson. At 0800 the next morning, they spotted pieces of one lifeboat, then another. Pieces of life jackets, a life raft, oars, air tanks, a heaving line, etc. But no personal effects, and no bodies. The damage to the lifeboats indicated they were still locked in their cradles when they were wrenched from the ship. They weren't launched. An oil slick was found, a bit of diesel oil from the bow thruster, and some Bunker C main propulsion fuel, but it was a very small amount. The water at the bottom was so cold that the viscosity of the oil increased to the point that it would no longer leak from the wreck. But the wreck wouldn't be pinpointed until the 14th of November, when side-scan sonar would identify two large objects in the bottom. They would scan it several times, but couldn't conclude it was the Edmund Fitzgerald for certain. It wouldn't be until May of the next year when the Navy brought out their Curve 3 unmanned underwater vehicle. Equipped with an underwater camera, the vehicle was able to get visual confirmation that the wreck was in fact the Edmund Fitzgerald. Sitting at the bottom in 530 feet of water, she was split into two sections only around 200 feet separated. The bow sitting flat on her keel upright, a huge impact area in front of her. Her stern flipped over and slightly at an angle, with an enormous debris field spilled out between the two sections. At first, there were no remains documented. Now came the hard part, investigating just what had happened. The Coast Guard and NTSB launched a massive investigation pouring over everything. Eyewitness testimonies from the Arthur M. Anderson's crew, testimony from the loaders from the Burlington Northern Railroad docks, seeing her previous and past inspections, testimony from past crewmen and captains. They looked at the wreckage and logs kept from the Coast Guard, other ships in the area, weather reports, etc. Finally, after months of investigations, the Coast Guard released their final report, with a conclusion to their findings. It was believed that the clamps on the hatch coverings had failed, or were improperly secured, leading to a slow and steady flooding of the cargo hold. As waves rolled over to the spar deck, they caused the hold to fill with water. Slowly, the Edmund Fitzgerald lost stability until she plunged beneath the waves and sank to the bottom of Lake Superior. But many disagreed. In fact, the president of the Lake Carriers Association, former Coast Guard Vice Admiral Paul E. Trimble, wrote the NTSB and U.S. Coast Guard denouncing their findings and stating what they concluded was absolutely incorrect. Theories began to circulate, ranging from things such as massive rogue waves to suggesting the Fitzgerald had underwater damage from striking the 6-fathom shoal. Others pointed to a hull inspection performed about a week beforehand that came up with fractures in the ship's hull, suggesting she broke up similarly to the Bradley and Morel a few decades prior. Many were unsatisfied with the official report and sought out to disprove it themselves. Subsequent dives were performed on the wreck to try and pry into the secrets of Mighty Fitz, looking over everything from hatch covers to the integrity of the keel to stress points on the ship, until finally in 1994, a body was discovered. An unidentified crewman wearing coveralls and a cork vest. He lay near the bow on the lake floor, facing upwards to the surface on his back. Who was he? How had he gotten into the outside of the hull? Why was he wearing a cork vest? Unfortunately, we may never know. What were those final minutes like? What had happened after McSorley left the radio? Why was no distress caller Mayday made, despite someone presumably being within arm's distance of the radio? Had the ship truly made a nosedive, or did she slowly split apart at the surface? Unfortunately, we may never know. As of 2005, the Ontario Heritage Act put an end to dives on the Edmund Fitzgerald, declaring the site a burial ground. What we now know may be all we ever know. The truth of what happened to those 29 men aboard Fitzgerald will go with them to the bottom. So I'm sure you're wondering what I think happened, and to be honest, I do have my theories. But I'm practically a layman in this field. I was not an investigator in the Coast Guard. I was a navigator in coxswain. Instead, I want to know, what do you think happened? Comment your theory and discuss with others in the comments. Do you believe the official U.S. Coast Guard report, or do you think it was something else entirely? Thank you so much for watching to the end. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so by simply liking and subscribing and sharing with your friends. But if you'd like to show your support, as well as help support my underpaid channel artist, she's designed some awesome merch for the channel. You can get some cool shirts, masks, or if you're a true sailor, a coffee mug. Just use the link in the description. I'll be honest, this video should have been released weeks ago, but right when I was about to release it, a bigger channel released a video on the exact same thing. So it took me a bit to build up the courage to release it, and I'm glad I did. If you'd like to learn even more about the Edmund Fitzgerald, I definitely recommend picking up Mighty Fitz by Michael Schumacher. It's an absolute wealth of information and really helped me with researching this video. But all the same, fair winds and following seas, shipmates.
The biggest, grandest, and finest ocean liner just crashed on the rocks of a rural village in Nova Scotia, with nearly 1,000 people on board. The ship is rapidly breaking apart with every lifeboat aimed on the track. Disobedient officers, panicking passengers, and an icy, raging sea wreak havoc. The rescue of these people come down to a handful of poor local fishermen and their families. What do they do? I have to warn you about this one. It's a miserably tragic story, and it can be difficult to listen to. Some of the details are shocking, and similar to my video on the wreck of the Arctic, it's not for the faint of heart. The wreck of the SS Atlantic is a story I've covered thoroughly on my channel in multiple videos, but in the 5 years since I produced my popular feature documentary on the subject, a lot of new research has come to light, and for the 150th anniversary, I think it's worth revisiting the tale. This time with new animations using Unreal Engine 5, and working once more with my good friend, historian and author Bob Chalk, whose new book, Atlantic's Last Stop, tells the story of the Atlantic like never before. Flashback 11 days. The Atlantic stood offshore in the River Mersey just by Prince's Landing Stage in Liverpool, England. The date was March 20th, 1873, and the SS Atlantic was about to depart on her 19th voyage. Atlantic was built by Harland and Wolff in Belfast, Ireland. Today that's Northern Ireland. While Harland and Wolff would go on to be one of the most famous shipbuilding companies in the world, eventually producing iconic ships such as the Titanic, Olympic, and Britannic, in 1870, when the Atlantic's construction began, the shipyard was relatively new and unproven. Another company that was new at the time, technically, was the White Star Line. Although it had been around for decades, at this point it was all but defunct, and recently purchased by a man named Thomas Ismay, who hoped to revitalize it. He was seeking capital for his newly acquired company, and he found an investor, a man named Gustav Schwabe, who agreed to finance Ismay's venture on the condition that they commissioned all of their ships from Gustav's nephew's company, Harland and Wolff. Ismay agreed, and the two companies set out to develop a groundbreaking new ship design. This ship would ultimately become the SS Oceanic. Ismay was so confident in this ship that he ordered a second vessel of the class before Oceanic was even in the water, and this second vessel was called the Atlantic. These ships were faster than any other ocean liner of the day. So fast, in fact, that two of her later sisters, the Baltic and Adriatic, both captured the blue ribbon for crossing the Atlantic in record time. They were also bigger than anything else. Well, except for the good old Great Eastern, the freakishly gigantic paddle steamer, but that hardly counts. They also had better ventilation and more comfortable accommodation for all on board. The ships had a powerful engine and 10 boilers, but it also had a full rig of sails, which in favorable conditions could give the ship a 2 or 3 knot boost, and in emergencies, such as if the ship ran out of coal or the engines broke down, could be used to navigate the ship. Of course, in order to do so, the winds couldn't be against them. The ship was lit entirely by oil lamp, which had a reserve of oil and a wick that came up out of it that you would control with this. In fact, this was pulled off of the wreckage. The oil lamps would play a role in just how many people were lost that night. Accommodations on board were divided up into 2 classes: saloon class, also known as first class, and steerage class, the budget class. While saloon class was mostly made up of businessmen and wealthy tourists, steerage was mostly immigrants crossing the Atlantic to start a new life. The center of the ship was reserved for saloon class, because in choppy seas, these areas were the most stable. There were 2 decks of cabins, with the upper deck having a large dining saloon. The dining saloon was the largest public room on the seas. Up on the promenade deck was the smoke room for the men, where they would drink, smoke, and play cards, and the women had a private lounge just after the dining saloon. Down below was also a barber shop. Steerage was in the bow and the stern of the ship, and in traditional fashion dating back to the very first passenger steamboat by Robert Fulton, the single men were quartered forward and the single women and children were quartered aft. The reason for this is simple, so that the men didn't harass the single, unprotected women. As an added buffer, the married families were put in the center of the ship, with the belief that the married men would help to protect the single women. Obviously, there rarely was any trouble like this on the high seas, but occasionally you did get the 1 or 2 unruly men who tried to sneak into the women's quarters at night. This arrangement of the men forward and the women and children aft is vital to this story. The steerage accommodations were dormitory style, with a sleeping bunk for each passenger. A mattress, blanket, and pillow were provided, which was not common for the time. Steerage passengers had plenty of access to fresh air and had their own outside decks to stroll during the day. Another accommodation the steerage were not entirely used to was the access to plumbing and toilets, and even a hospital in the forward men's dormitory in the bow. Atlantic was yard number 74, laid down in 1870. She was approximately 437 feet in length with a tonnage of 3,707, and was designed by Edward Harland himself. Over the course of several months, she rose up from slipway number 6, one of the largest in the shipyard, being launched at 11 a.m. on November 26, 1870, to a modest crowd of spectators. She gracefully slid into the Aberdeen Basin, and once launched, began her fitting out process. It's likely that she was towed into the Hamilton graving dock for the installation of her engine and machinery. Today, the Hamilton graving dock is the home of the SS Nomadic, the only White Star Line ship still surviving, and one of the passenger tenders for the later Olympic-class liners. The slipway Atlantic was built on is gone, now an open grassy field. A month after her launch, as the Atlantic was moored in the Aberdeen Basin, the first known tragedy befell her. Around 5 p.m., the ship's night watchman, a 60-year-old man named Stephen Ryan, was making his way up the gangplank and slipped and fell. Although he landed in only 3 feet of water, he was stunned by the fall and unable to pull himself out. That was the end of Stephen Ryan. She sailed her maiden voyage in June 1871, sailing back and forth between Liverpool, England, and Jersey City, New Jersey, stopping over in Queenstown, Ireland along the way. She underwent a few refits, having her interiors changed and saloon class expanded. Her propeller needed to be repaired, or replaced several times, and had at least one accident when the steamer Alexandria bumped into her in Liverpool. 18 crossings had been completed, and Atlantic prepared for her 19th. She was under the command of Captain James Agnew Williams, an experienced captain who previously worked for the Guion Line. Under his command were 4 officers: Chief Officer John Firth, Second Officer Henry Metcalf, Third Officer Cornelius Brady, and Fourth Officer John Brown. They all played their part in this story, but it's Second Officer Metcalf who may have had the largest role. Metcalf had been the officer on watch a few years prior when his ship ran down and sank another ship, and he was given the blame. He lost his mariner's license for a year. He got his second chance with the White Star Line, and it helped that Thomas Ismay was his first cousin. The engineering department was under the command of Chief Engineer John Foxley, who reported directly to the captain. While most of the ship's officers had been aboard Atlantic for only 1 or 2 voyages, if that, Foxley had been aboard it for most of the ship's career. Most likely, he knew that vessel better than anyone on board. It took a full week to load the coal aboard the Atlantic. The coal was loaded into handheld baskets, carried from a barge up a gangplank, and dumped by hand into the ship's coal bunkers. Once completed and stocked with 967 tons of coal, the Atlantic was brought to the middle of the River Mersey, just off Prince's Landing Stage, to await departure the following day. Passengers arriving early were permitted to come aboard and settle into their accommodations a night in advance. There were several reasons why the Atlantic, like her sisters, moored away from the landing stage instead of docking alongside it and allowing her passengers to board through gangplank. Well, for one, the Atlantic and her sisters were massive, the largest ships in the world, barring the odd one out, and therefore would require the largest berth available. For a company that could barely afford mooring fees yet, and was sending its ships to Jersey City instead of Manhattan because it was cheaper, having to pay for the largest berth was a tall order. Instead, the White Star Line commissioned a tender, one of their only ships not ordered from Harland and Wolff. This was the Traffic, and Traffic was a small paddle steamer that Atlantic's passengers would board on the wharf, and then it would ferry them out to the ship in the middle of the river. March 20th, 1873. As passengers boarded the Traffic and then the Atlantic, they were given a small deck plan card showing them the arrangements of their class. This would help them find their berths and get around the ship throughout the voyage. Saloon class passengers were also given a passenger list so that they had the names of everyone on board, which would help them socialize and get to know each other. And on the back of it was the intended route for the voyage. They could even fill in the log below to keep track of their progress. Isn't that fun? While other ships had the luxury of entering and leaving Liverpool at their own convenience, the Atlantic needed to wait for high tide. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to pass over the top of the sandbar at the mouth of the river. It was at 2 in the afternoon when the anchor was raised and the Atlantic steamed west down the river. Outbound from Liverpool, she carried 152 crew and 615 passengers, but she'd be picking up more passengers soon. In the early hours of March 21st, Atlantic rounded the southern coast of Ireland. The weather was clear with a southeast wind, with conditions favorable enough that Captain Williams had the sails set to give the ship that extra boost. The ship rounded Roche's Point at 8:45 in the morning and entered Queenstown Harbor on the southern end of Ireland. Here, Atlantic would pick up an additional 175 passengers. All, or most of them, were in steerage. In 1873, Ireland was in absolute turmoil, with widespread starvation fueling a massive exodus from the country to the New World with hopes of a better life. By the day, thousands were leaving its ports, carrying what little they had in their possession. Queenstown is one of the largest deep-water ports in the world, but for the sake of time, ocean liners rarely tied up the town's quay. Instead, a tender would ferry passengers, baggage, and mail out to the ships in a fashion very similar to what we saw with the traffic in Liverpool. By around 9:30, the tender ship Jackal came out to greet Atlantic with these 175 new passengers, leaving their homeland behind for good. The Jackal was nowhere near as fierce as her name implies. She was a small paddle steamer, and in rough seas would struggle to reach the ships waiting for her. Fortunately, though, the weather was good, and Jackal made excellent time. The Atlantic was inspected by the harbor authority, and a lifeboat drill was conducted. Atlantic passed, and was cleared to continue its voyage. By midday, Atlantic was steaming along the southern coastline once more, rounding Old Head of Kinsale, slowly working its way farther and farther from Ireland. Although the Atlantic was a luxury liner, she made most of her income as an immigrant ship. This musical score is dedicated to the White Star Line's immigration services, and is actually the music you're listening to in the background right now. For passengers, life aboard Atlantic for these first few days of the voyage was comfortable. Those in saloon, or first class, ate well, slept well, and had plenty to occupy their time. Back then, life was slower, and people enjoyed simply walking the decks, taking in the fresh sea air. Kids ran around playing and exploring the ship. Deck games were popular, and a popular pastime was to just sit in a deck chair and read a book. The etching of this woman reading is aboard the Atlantic, and the exact design of deck chair she's sitting in was recovered from the wreck and can be seen here. I have a funny story to tell you about this deck chair, but I'll tell you towards the end. But one of the biggest pastimes on ships of the day was simply the meal service. The meals were prepared amidships in the galley, and through a dumb waiter brought to the saloon deck, where stewards served it. With the Oceanic class, the White Star Line saw its first pattern of china and silverware. Etched on the handle is the White Star Line flag. These two forks were manufactured by Elkington in 1872 for use aboard the Atlantic and were recovered from the wreck site. Also in your arsenal of utensils in saloon class were bread knives with metal blades and wooden handles that conveniently had the word bread written on it, so you don't get confused. The main meal of the day was dinner, which was actually the second meal of the day and served in the early afternoon, unlike today. In saloon class, dinner was a true feast of 10 courses. Dining aboard the steamer Atlantic, you could expect to be served soup, fresh fish, pork, a roast, turkey, and ham, all in one sitting with a side of vegetables and finishing up with pastries, cheeses, fruits, and nuts. Steerage conditions may have sharply contrasted the lavishness of saloon class, but they were likely greatly superior than anything that the steerage passengers had ever experienced in their life. The food may not have been as fresh or sophisticated as in saloon class, but it was a hearty meal served to them by stewards 3 times a day. If you were hungry between meals, the cooks were known to slip a steerage passenger some extra snacks, although a small tip would certainly help encourage this. The good weather held on through the 21st and the 22nd, the second and third day of the voyage. On nearly a daily basis, Chief Engineer John Foxley would report to the captain the amount of coal that Atlantic had been consuming and how much remained. In the first few days of the voyage, Atlantic was consuming coal at a predictable rate. On Sunday morning, divine service was held for the Protestant passengers, and the ship was slowed to allow the crew to conduct an at-sea lifeboat drill. By late afternoon, however, the seas were picking up. The March winds began blowing and the weather began to deteriorate. A strong chill in the air meant that few passengers went up on deck anymore, and most of the nearly 1,000 people on board spent their days and nights in the cramped interiors. On Monday, the onset of a storm was here. Atlantic was driving hard against the wind. Although her engine was running at full power, she wasn't making her full speed. When it came time for Chief Engineer Foxley to report the coal supply, Foxley wasn't completely truthful. You see, there's an interesting dynamic between chief engineers and captains of the era. Chief engineers believed they knew the ship far better than the captain. Captains had a tendency of overexerting their ships and burning off too much coal. One of the ways that the engineers would mitigate this excessiveness is by under-reporting the amount of coal they had left. If captains felt that the coal had to be conserved, they would take it a little easier with the ship. Engineers were not supposed to do this. It was actually against regulations. But they still did. Foxley began to under-report the amount of coal to Captain Williams, but at first, not by too much. Earlier in the voyage, as the ship made its way across the Irish Sea and throughout the calm days on the ocean, the meals were served with great excitement and met with appreciation. But now as the sea tossed the ship around and seasickness took the passengers like a plague, very few people had a strong stomach to still take their meals. Although I'm sure there was at least one hardy chap. Tuesday, March 25th, the winds had reached full gale force. A steerage passenger later described it as though the Atlantic would climb to the top of a mountain and then drop into the valley below. It pitched and rolled, slamming into each wave. And every wave the ship hit felt like a giant hammer striking the hull. The violence of the storm is difficult to imagine. Several waves crashed over the ship, one of which completely smashed one of the forward lifeboats to bits as it sat on the davits. Some of the ship's provisions, such as the potatoes and salt fish, were stored on deck and washed overboard by one of these waves. Inside the ship, though they were shielded from the water crashing over them, the passengers lived in fear, praying that the Atlantic would make it through the storm. As the ship was thrown around, so were the people inside, along with everything around them. At least 2 crewmen suffered serious injuries from this. If you attempted to walk the corridors, it wasn't easy. Most of the oil lamps were extinguished for fear of breaking and causing a fire, and the floors were slick with vomit, leading to more slips and injuries. The engine continued to press on at full power, but Atlantic was moving at only a third of her top speed. Coal was being burned at an alarming rate, and maintaining full speed ahead didn't help. Chief Engineer Foxley under-reported the coal reserves more and more, hoping to encourage the captain to cut back on the ship's speed. By Friday, March 28th, Foxley reported that they were down to only 319 tons of coal, down from nearly 1,000 from when they first departed England. Captain Williams lost sleep over the amount of coal that was being consumed. He ordered the kitchens cut back on their coal usage in the ovens and stoves, but this honestly wasn't too difficult. The kitchens had already stopped serving their full meal service, and instead were making lighter fare like soups and gruel, which was easier on the queasy stomachs at sea. If a ship ran out of coal in the middle of the North Atlantic, it was a serious problem. This was before ships had telegraphs, and ships would drift uncontrollably, relying solely on their sail power to navigate, which often wasn't enough. However, if a ship was running low on coal while crossing the Atlantic, they could divert to another port and resupply, and the most common port for this was Halifax, Nova Scotia. The White Star Line was known for the efficiency in operating their vessels, and in the 3 years since Thomas Ismay had acquired the company, not one of his ships has had to divert to Halifax to resupply. If Atlantic had to divert, this would be an embarrassment for Captain Williams and for the White Star Line. After all, Halifax was the home of White Star Line's #1 rival, the Cunard Line. Still, Captain Williams was willing to do anything to keep his vessel and his passengers and crew safe, and he would keep a close watch on the coal. The ship steamed through the weekend, blasting its foghorn at times of low visibility, and still pushing through choppy seas against the wind, although the worst appeared to be over. Atlantic was no longer pushing her engines at full speed, however, due to rationing the coal. She was only crawling along. Funny enough, up to this point, 14 stowaways had been found by the crew throughout the voyage, and 2 babies were born. On Monday morning, Captain Williams asked for another report on the coal, and held a conference with his officers. The ship was still 2 days out from New Jersey, and this was their last opportunity to divert to Halifax to pick up the coal. Captain Williams asked Foxley point blank if they should divert. Chief Engineer Foxley had a bit of a dilemma at this point. At the rate at which he had been reporting the coal to Captain Williams, there was no way the ship would be able to make it to New Jersey. However, after his assessment of the coal reserves on Monday, he found that Atlantic actually did have enough to make it to New Jersey still. So what does he report? If he were to be completely honest with Captain Williams at this point and tell him that they could still make it to New Jersey, it would be very obvious that Engineer Foxley was lying. Or he could continue under-reporting the coal as he had been, and send the ship on an unnecessary diversion to Halifax, damaging the reputation of Captain Williams and the company, but protecting his own. Foxley found that there were 160 tons of coal in Atlantic's bunkers. Instead, he reported that there was only 127, and that Atlantic would need to turn to Halifax. Without hesitation, Captain Williams ordered the ship turned to starboard and heading north at full speed. It was now 10 days into the voyage. The storm had passed, but the seas were still choppy at times, and only 170 miles stood between the Atlantic and the North American coastline. Sure, the coast ahead was Nova Scotia and not the picturesque, wonderful New Jersey that they were looking forward to, but it was still the other side of the Atlantic, sparking excitement among the passengers, and after such a voyage, any form of terra firma was most certainly welcome. The ship soared ahead throughout the day. The remains of the wrecked lifeboat appeared, and a feast was had on board. The first real meal in a long time. Along with restocking the coal, Atlantic would pick up fresh provisions, so there was no need for the folks to hold back. The town of Lower Prospect in Nova Scotia was a small fishing village.
It was basically 5 families. The Clancys, the Coolins, the O'Briens, the Ryans, and the Blackburns.
A total population of around 200 people. It was still the winter season, so what was normally a quiet community was even quieter. Their fishing boats were stored for the winter, and the residents were living on the provisions that they had stored up over the summer. The previous week's storms had churned up the waters along the coast of Nova Scotia, creating dangerous conditions that locals wouldn't sail out into if they could avoid it. On a night like this, there was no staying up late. With the cold and wind, nearly everyone was already bundled up and sleeping by their stoves. At midnight, there was a change of watch on the deck of the Atlantic. Chief Officer Firth and 3rd Officer Brady were relieved for the night by 2nd Officer Metcalf and 4th Officer Brown. Metcalf was now in command of the ship. At 20 past 12, Captain Williams came onto the bridge to check on his men. The approach to Halifax is one of the most dangerous approaches in the North Atlantic Ocean for mariners, only made worse by the time of the year. The entire coast was rocky and treacherous, with no lights from any coastal cities to act as a landmark. These were unfamiliar waters for most of the crew on board, so the captain decided it was safest for the ship to sail until Sambro Island Lighthouse was visible, which marked the entrance to the harbor, and then the ship would stop and drop anchor. They'd wait there until morning when they can see where they're going, and navigate safely into the harbor. Sambro Island Lighthouse would be visible a few degrees to port, so the crew would be keeping an eye out in that direction. Based on his reckoning, Captain Williams believed that they would spot the lighthouse around 3 a.m. He would take a brief nap until then, with Officer Metcalf in command. He asked Metcalf to wake him up as soon as they spotted the lighthouse, or at 3 o'clock, if they still hadn't seen it by then. As a fail-safe, Captain Williams also arranged for his steward to wake him up at 2:40 with a cup of hot chocolate. Between the steward and Metcalf, the captain had essentially set 2 wake-up alarms for himself. Captain Williams conversed with a passenger for a few minutes, a writer for a magazine, and then he retired to bed for a short nap. He briefly woke up at 2 a.m., but went back to sleep. Meanwhile, Atlantic presses forward. Quartermaster at the helm, a man named Robert Thomas, had been to Halifax, and his gut was telling him that they were getting dangerously close. He told this to Metcalf, and Metcalf told him it's not your job to have these opinions. 2:40 a.m. came around, and the captain's steward arrived with the hot chocolate. Officer Metcalf stopped him, ordering him not to deliver it. In the chart room hung this heavy nautical brass clock. As every minute ticked by, Atlantic came a quarter of a mile closer to Nova Scotia. This is the very clock that Officer Metcalf would have looked at, knowing that he needed to wake the captain at 3. Well, 3 o'clock comes and goes, and Metcalf decides that he would not bother waking up the captain. Instead, they would keep sailing until they spotted the lighthouse. Here's where things go wrong for him. Atlantic is approaching from the south, expecting to see the lighthouse on their left. At that hour, though, the tide was coming in, flooding into the Bay of Thunder, which has the most extreme tide in the world. A strong current flowed along the shore, pushing the Atlantic a full 12 miles to the west, completely unbeknownst to her crew. Sambro Island Light was now far off to the right, and her crew would never see it. The crew was looking the wrong way, and the weather was too hazy to notice the light way off in the distance to the starboard. Atlantic had already passed the lighthouse and was now steaming full speed to the pitch-black shore. Come 3:12 a.m., Metcalf decided it was time to finally wake the captain. But before he was able to do so, the lookout cried out that there were breakers ahead. Coming in fast, Metcalf saw the coast of Nova Scotia only a few hundred feet ahead of the ship. He ordered for the ship to turn hard to the left and ordered the engines in reverse, but as he gave those orders, Atlantic grounded over underwater rock pilings offshore. The bottom of the ship tore off and let the sea come pouring into the lower decks. Now, Atlantic didn't get stuck on these rocks and continued forward, not even breaking her speed, but the ship was already sinking. Atlantic began to swing to the left, but not fast enough. There was a single rock a little offshore, and the bow slammed into it, launching the front of the ship upwards and out of the water. The ship crashed to a stop, and the air inside shifted violently. Any oil lamps still lit on board at this late hour were snuffed out simultaneously, pitching the entire vessel into total darkness. The propeller was now spinning full in reverse, but didn't have nearly enough pull to dislodge the massive vessel from its perch. Waves slam against the stern as the props spin desperately in a vain effort to free the ship. The wind and the waves buffet the ship hard, pivoting the Atlantic at the rock and pushing the stern around against the rocks of the island. The propeller ground against the underwater rock ledge, shearing off the blades and throwing them in all directions from the ship. The prop shaft spun wildly, the engines now turning it without any water resistance. The engine room was already unfolding into a terrible nightmare. It was completely black inside, and the lower decks were flooding from the moment that Atlantic ran over the offshore rock formations. Crew were scrambling to escape, leaving their posts illuminated only by the coal fires not yet extinguished by the inflowing sea. In the center of all this, the engines pounded aggressively now that the propeller had been torn apart, threatening to rip themselves from their very mounts and tear through the ship. Chief Engineer Foxley had time only to disengage the engine before he was forced out by the rising water. Captain Williams was on the bridge in an instant. He didn't need long to assess the situation and immediately issued 3 orders. First, swing the lifeboats out and ready them. With the ship's radial davits, this could be done relatively quickly. Second, for the ship's stewards to get below and help the passengers get up on deck. The third order was for 2 of his men, Quartermasters Roylance and Speakman, to take the ship's distress rockets and fire them off in a desperate attempt to bring help. As soon as the luxury liner had struck the rocks, the vessel was doomed, rapidly being torn apart by the raging surf that was breaking over the ship's deck. The Vittling staff, as they groped their way through the black corridors below decks and called for all hands topside, struggled to shout over the venting steam, the screaming passengers, the groaning of the ship, and the pounding of the waves on the hull. Some passengers rushed out without hesitation, while others, particularly some of the women, had to take time to dress and grab their belongings. The night was frigid, only slightly above freezing, so many of the passengers took an extra minute in their cabins to get warm clothing on. This was an error that cost many of them their lives. Using the light in the binnacle, the only oil lamp on board that was not snuffed out by the collision, the two quartermasters began firing the rockets from the bridge. Each of the ship's officers and quartermasters were assigned one of the ship's 10 lifeboats that they would command in the event of disaster. One of the lifeboats was already destroyed in the crossing, and two of the quartermasters assigned to lifeboats were busy launching distress rockets. As a result, the evacuation efforts primarily concentrated around the 4 lifeboats by the ship's funnel. These also happened to be the biggest boats. On the starboard side, one of the lifeboats had nearly gotten away, but was smashed by a surge of water, killing all on board. Captain Williams saw this and realized the lifeboats were a death trap. Passengers in the saloon class and family section of steerage were slowly making their way onto the deck and eagerly trying to get into the boats. Second Officer Metcalf oversaw the loading of his lifeboat, hanging precariously over the windward side of a vessel. Waves broke over the stern and made their way up the back of the promenade, slowly buckling parts of the ship as the stern itself ground hard against the rocky shoreline. Metcalf had gotten his boat full, climbing aboard, and had ordered the sailors on deck to lower it when Captain Williams rushed over, giving the order for Metcalf to stop lowering. Williams ordered Metcalf and his passengers back aboard the relatively safer Atlantic, but in the time it took him to shout those orders, a wave had taken hold of Metcalf's lifeboat, slamming it against the ship's hull. Metcalf and everyone aboard his lifeboat were lost to the sea. Other boats were torn from their davits or shredded apart before they could get away. The safest place at this point, unfortunately, was aboard the terribly unsafe steamer. Rockets blasted overhead in hopes that someone would rescue them. The crew of Atlantic did not know where they were, nor what sort of land they had grounded upon. Was it an island or the Nova Scotian mainland? Were they far from the nearest communities, or was help just around the corner? The Clancy family, a large seafaring family of 11, were the sole occupants of Mars Island, the island upon which Atlantic had come to grief. Michael Clancy was the head of the family.
He was awakened by the sound of hissing, very loud hissing and a crash. And he looked out the window and he thought it must be the second coming or something, because there were distress rockets going into the air and exploding, trying to get attention, of course.
He heard the steam venting and the distant groans of the stranded behemoth, but didn't know what they were. He did know, however, that it was a blistering night, and he would need to dress warmly before going out to investigate. Back aboard Atlantic, only a few people have made it up on deck. The quartermasters still fire their rockets, and the ship continues to heave with every pounding wave. In steerage, the single women and children, as well as the families, were struggling to get out of their cabins. It was packed in steerage. The lights were off, and waves crashed on the outside decks above them. Water poured down the only 2 stairwells that they had, and passengers had a hard time making their way up. These 2 stairwells in the steerage stern became a bottleneck, with hundreds trying to get up them. At this point, just 5 minutes after the collision, the bow is wedged firmly on a rock ledge. The stern, however, is pressed against the rocks of the shore by waves, but it doesn't sit on anything. It's simply floating freely. The lowest working decks have already mostly flooded out, and water is making its way slowly into the stern through seams in the hull plating now developing from the stern's grinding on the rocks. Most of the women and children on board are still deep in the stern of the ship. Captain Williams began shouting for everyone to make their way forward, uphill towards the bow of the ship. Those on deck are faring poorly. The freezing winds whip across the ship, and the sea spray makes the sloping deck slippery. High up on the bridge, the 2 quartermasters tremble both from their nerves and the cold as they continue firing the rockets. The 9th rocket misfires on the deck, scorching their faces and scalding their hands. The remaining rockets fell from their grasp, rolling off the deck and into the sea. Finally, the after end of Atlantic, having been battered for so long, gives way and sinks rapidly. At that moment, Atlantic slipped off the rock that it was resting on. The ship lurched to port, dropping like a stone and rolling onto its side. Water crashes forward as the stern plummets. In an instant, nearly all women and children on board are lost. The steam venting stopped. The rockets were no longer firing. The lifeboats were useless. At this point, Atlantic was nothing more than a slippery, sloping piece of dead machinery, offering ever-diminishing protection from the raging ocean. The stern of the ship, which housed the steerage women and children, was deep underwater. The central section of the ship, with the married couples and families, was partially flooded at this point. Some of the families managed to climb through the ship and to the door onto the deck, only to be battered by waves breaking over the deckhouse. The Bateman family, a young couple with their newborn baby, possibly one of the ones born during the voyage, had managed to get on deck. When the ship rolled onto its side, the baby was swept away by a wave. Rosa Bateman and her husband had become separated, her husband moving forward to the bow, and Rosa climbing up into the rigging, along with dozens of other passengers and crew, as well as the ship's chief officer, Officer John Firth. The forward section, where the single men and crew were quartered, was still well above the waterline, leaning against the base of the rock piling. This is where the biggest crowd had formed, made up exclusively of men, with more of them climbing out of the bow through broken doors and windows. Captain Williams was in command of this group, and they decided that the best hope of getting off of the wreck was a rope down to the rock, and a second rope from the rock to the shore. And this was no easy feat, but it was eventually done after multiple failed attempts, and the first people began pulling themselves across the line down to the rock. To the people aboard the stricken Atlantic, their situation appeared to be virtually hopeless, and without any chance of rescue arriving. However, they were not completely alone. Atlantic struck a rock on the west side of Mars Island. On that same island is the home of Michael Clancy, who was already aware of the rockets and dressing to come out and investigate. Lower Prospect and Terrence Bay are the two nearest towns that could offer assistance, and they were only a stone's throw away. If they could be alerted, they would offer tremendous help. Prospect is another town, but a bit farther away, about 3 miles out. However, Prospect had a clear line of sight right to the wreckage, and had been aware that something was up since the very first stress rockets.
Local folklore has it that the first indication of the wreck was when Tommy Coolin was here on this little hill, the rise really, and he looked out and saw the distress rockets flying into the air.
Tommy ran from his hill and woke up his brother, who initially thought it was a prank.
Nicholas Christian testified to the inquiry that his brother came to him early in the morning, about 7 a.m., and said there was a big ship aground just down by Lower Prospect. Well, it was April Fool's Day, so Nicholas Christian was having nothing to do with it. So he turned over and tried to go back to sleep again. But a few minutes later, his brother showed up with a telescope, and sure enough, there it was on the rocks. So out of bed he leapt and rounded up some other folks.
And a rowing team was put together to make their way down to the wreck. It would take some time to organize this, and then to row the 3 miles in the rough seas, but help from Prospect was on its way. Meanwhile, back on Mars Island, a lot had happened in the couple minutes since Michael Clancy had first seen the distress rockets, but he grabbed a lamp and finally set out.
Michael Clancy and his brother and his 16-year-old son, they headed down towards the site, which wasn't very far away from the house, but it was on the outer side of the island.
They crested the hill to find what was probably the most shocking thing that they would ever see in their entire lives. Michael Clancy's lamp was seen by the men still on the vessel, who let out a cheer. The lamp also drew over Quartermaster Robert Thomas, the only person thus far who had made it ashore alive.
He had just managed to get ashore from the wreck, which was no small feat.
He was the quartermaster at the helm when the ship crashed, and he filled the Clancys in on the situation.
So they sent Robert Thomas back to the house to get dried out, and they continued on down to see what they would do. And they realized instantly that they needed a boat of some sort and that they needed some help. So Clancy went back to the house and got a young fellow named Eddie Mullins, who was a relative, about 11, 12 years old, put him in a little dory, and he rowed across. So it's just off of here, he rowed across from Mars Island to Ryan's Island.
Ryan's Island was the next major island to the north, and the island that separated Mars Island from the mainland. On it lived the Ryan family, Edmund Ryan, his wife, and 3 children. Eddie Mullins found Edmund Ryan and alerted him, and Ryan leapt into action. He fired a musket into the air to alert the people of nearby Lower Prospect, and then quickly made his way over to the wreck site. It was now an hour and a half after Atlantic had struck the rocks, and while she had been stable since her previous roll, the hull was beginning to break in half, separating around the forward mast. Hundreds of people still clung to her as she slowly settled a little deeper into the water, and the tide rose up even further. The men in the rigging of the masts realized that it would be safer if they made it to the ship's bow, and they attempted to climb through the lines forward, although many of them fell and were lost to the sea. And then only 3 people remained in the mast: Chief Officer Firth, a passenger from New Jersey named Charles Flanley, and then Rosa Bateman, now the only woman from Atlantic still alive, and she was becoming increasingly exhausted hanging onto Atlantic in the freezing cold. To prevent her from falling into the sea like the others, Chief Officer Firth tied a rope around her and lashed her to the ship's rigging and mast as they waited their turn to be rescued. The wind swept across the wreck, chilling the soaking wet people as they clung to the rigging and the ship's railings. A haunting reminder of these grueling hours of waiting is this section of railing, salvaged from the Atlantic and on display in the SS Atlantic Heritage Museum. This section had 4 rails, meaning that it likely came from the ship's main passenger deck. When Edmund Ryan reached the wreck, he found Michael Clancy, and then the 2 of them found 3rd Officer Brady, who had made his way to the shore along the ropes. Brady reported that this is the Atlantic of the White Star Line, and he had an urgent message that needed to be dispatched through telegraph. A runner was sent with the message back to the post office in Lower Prospect, and the runner also alerted the villagers as to what was going on. Lower Prospect had a boat already available, and they made all due haste, rowing out towards the wreckage. In the meanwhile, Clancy and Ryan attempted to rescue people using their small dory boat.
The dory was too small, it got bounced around, they barely got back to shore. So that meant they had to get their big fishing boats out. They were called seine boats, and they were about anywhere from 20 to 24 feet long.
The fishing boat from Lower Prospect arrived, but they knew that the exposed waters on the leeward side of the island would be too rough for it, so they couldn't row through the channel and out into the ocean to get to the wreck. Instead, they rowed to the Clancy home, and then a team of about a dozen men, both locals and survivors, hauled the fishing boat across the island. As they dragged it across the island, Officer Brady ran to the shoreline with a wooden board and paint that he had found in the Clancy house, and painted up a crude sign telling the men on the Atlantic that the boats were on their way. They brought it to the relatively calmer waters between the wrecked liner and the shore, with the ship acting as something of a breakwater. It wasn't until 6 a.m., 3 hours after the ship's initial impact, that the first rescue sortie was underway. By this point, a large number of people had made it off of the ship and were now stranded on the rock upon which Atlantic had first struck.
There were upwards of 100 men on the rock, believe it or not.
Every wave that broke over it threw more and more people off of it.
When the tide is high, that rock is covered.
This was the first place that the rescuers took their boat. From their perspective, the ship seemed to be relatively stable. However, the rock was beginning to submerge. Back and forth to and from the rock, the fishermen rowed, rescuing about a dozen people each time.
Then they had to get them, of course, out of the boats and onto the land. So the challenge was to keep the boat steady and to get those men out. So I imagine some of the men who were manning the boats had to get out, up to their chests in water to hold the boat. As soon as they get them on, they go back for another group.
However, from the perspective of those still aboard Atlantic, including Captain Williams, they should be the priority of the rescuers. The Rock was at least solid ground and not going anywhere. Atlantic, however, reeled with every surge that hit her, and she teetered precariously on the precipice of a sunken ledge. At any moment, Atlantic could give way and collapse into the depths. Now, he wasn't wrong, but to emphasize his point, he began shouting out to the rescuers that they would be paid $500 for every boatload of survivors they took specifically from the ship. Whether that was $500 or pounds, history is unclear. But regardless of the currency, that is a lot of money. Well, that certainly persuaded them. Now, they did their best to row out to the wreckage and began pulling people off, but a second boat was needed if they were going to beat the rising tide. So they sent a crew back to the Clancy home to start the long process of preparing his boat, which had been stored for the season. They dragged this one across the island as well, putting it in the water, and now 2 boats were pulling people from the Rock and the wreck. These fishermen had never seen such a massive ship, and yet here they were, up close and personal, rowing through the rigging and under the rent bow with little regards for their own safety. As hundreds of survivors made it to the rocks of Mars Island, they were ushered back to the Clancy home, where Michael Clancy's daughter, Sarah Jane O'Reilly, took the initiative to begin caring for them. The Clancy home was a small fishing hut of a couple of rooms and not much else. While the Clancy home no longer stands today, this similar hut in Lower Prospect, which belonged to another man in the rescue party, gives us an idea of what the Clancy home once looked like, if we're able to look past the total ruined condition of this house. Sarah brought them all into her home, and along with her sister kept the stove burning for their warmth, scrounging up dry clothing for the survivors, and preparing tea and food for the men from the wreck. This was a poor fishing family of 11 people, currently living off of the final reserves of their winter stockpile, and Sarah was still able to make it work for them.
It was so crowded that they couldn't even sit down. They could just stand. Now, a lot of these people had been in the water, and they brought in so much water on their persons that when they had gone, they had to drill holes in the floorboards of the house in order to drain the water away.
This home, which belonged to Richard Norris, who was in the boat from Lower Prospect, was torn down in 2020. It's a wonderful example of what these houses were like that these rescuers lived in. Back at the wreckage, the rescue parties were exhausted. They collapsed as they rowed and their pace was slowing. Perhaps at the time when they were most needed, the boat from Upper Prospect finally arrived. Now they too were exhausted from their long 3-mile rowing trip, but they were reinvigorated by adrenaline once they assessed the situation. There were still around 100 men clinging to the bow, plus the 3 people in the rigging of the mizzenmast. At this point, though, Atlantic had settled too deep into the water and the tide was too high, so the rescuers deemed it unsafe to get to the ones in the mast and instead focused on the men on the bow.
It's documented that in an hour and a half, they made 18 trips. The boat from Upper Prospect made 18 trips back and forth. That's in part of the testimony.
After all those trips back and forth, the final boatload was taken from the front of the ship. Captain Williams, tired and weary, was one of the last men to step off of Atlantic, climbing into the small fishing boat and leaving his vessel behind. Officer Firth, Mr. Flanley, and Mrs. Bateman watched as the final boat returned to Mars Island, dropped off the survivors, and the rescuers got out and rested. And slowly they realized they weren't coming back for them anytime soon. Atlantic settled ever deeper, and the tide rose higher, and the people in the mast began to cry out for help.
They found that they really couldn't get to those 2 because of where they were located. So they needed to wait until the tide went down before they could go out and rescue them.
Meanwhile, in Terrence Bay, an Englishman looked for his breakfast. This is Reverend William Ancient, the Reverend of St. Paul's Anglican Church in Terrence Bay, Nova Scotia, an ex-Royal Navy sailor and a recent addition to the community. And he was hungry. He expected to have breakfast with one of his parishioners, but they were nowhere to be found. He didn't know this, but they were down at the wreck site on Mars Island. Well, Ancient wandered the town a little bit and found out that most of the townsmen were down at Mars Island. Well, he got in his little boat and he rowed down there, getting there in the early afternoon. By that point, the rescue was mostly over, and he found the Clancy home crowded. There were exhausted men, survivors and rescuers, sitting along the beach by campfires resting, and there were bodies lining the shore. What Reverend Ancient focused on were the 3 people still in the mast, and he asked why no one was going out for them. Well, they said they were waiting for the tide, but that didn't sit well with them. He mustered up a boat crew, or perhaps even shanghaied them, and they rowed out to the wreckage. Like the rescuers before them, they also couldn't get out to the masts, but they positioned their boat in such a way where they could throw a line to them. Rosa had passed. She hung limp, her mouth foaming, but was still lashed to the rigging as her husband watched in despair from the shore. Now only Charles Flanley and Officer Firth remained aboard. Well, Flanley got tired of waiting, and the first opportunity he got, he took a life buoy from one of the nearby bodies, leapt into the sea, and was dashed against the wreckage. He was hurt, but Reverend Ancient and his men were able to pull him out of the water and into their boat before he was lost, and they saved him. Rescuing Chief Officer Firth was more of a challenge. He couldn't swim. Instead, Reverend Ancient climbed aboard Atlantic, hauled himself along the railings through the waves until he reached the base of the mast, and he threw a line to Firth. Firth grabbed it and collapsed into the sea. He too was battered against the wreckage by the waves, and he broke his legs. Well, he cried out to Ancient, and Ancient replied back, "Never mind your shins, it's your life that we're after." Ancient and his men hauled Firth aboard the boat, and they rowed the 2 final survivors back to Mars Island. That was it now. Everyone who was still alive had been evacuated from Atlantic, which sat in the surf, slowly settling deeper and deeper, with Rosa Bateman still hanging from the mast. Within 2 hours of the rescue, Atlantic's bow finally severed from the rest of the ship, falling back and rolling onto its side. The stern gave way and collapsed to just around the waterline. The survivors continued through to the Clancy home to the care of Sarah O'Reilly, with some being sent over to the Ryan home as well to the care of his family. Of the 958 souls on board Atlantic, around 550 were lost in the sinking, including every woman on board and all but one of the 117 children. The residents of Lower Prospect, Terrence Bay, and Upper Prospect opened their homes to these survivors and fed them with what little they had. No doubt the 400 or so survivors more than doubled the population of these small villages, but it was a burden that the locals were more than willing to assume. Third Officer Brady seems to have been the busiest officer during the disaster. He made it ashore on his own and pulled people out of the water. He assisted the boat crews and even returned to the ship on multiple occasions just to speak with the captain. When the rescue was nearly over, he set out on foot to walk the 20-mile or so road into Halifax. You see, even though the survivors were now safely ashore, they were still in this remote fishing community with very few supplies. It was on Brady, with the assistance of a local guide, to get into Halifax and bring them relief. Following shortly behind him, a group of a dozen or so other survivors, including Chief Engineer Foxley, decided to also make the journey on foot into Halifax. It wasn't an easy journey. It had recently snowed, and in some parts of the hike, the snow was a foot deep. They reached Halifax, and Brady had telegrams sent out to the White Star Line in both Liverpool and New York, and relief efforts were organized with the help of White Star Line's #1 rival, the Cunard Line. 19 years prior, Cunard's rival was not the White Star Line, but the Collins Line. And when the Collins Line lost the steamship Arctic in a terrible disaster, Cunard held a parade. This time, when the White Star Line lost a ship, Cunard was a lot more sympathetic. 2 ships, including the Cunard liner Delta, were stocked with food and medical supplies and sent to Lower Prospect the following day. On board Delta was a reporter, a man named William Fielding of the Halifax Morning Chronicle. He first broke the story within hours of the disaster, and he joined the relief efforts to get the full story. In the end, he didn't simply put together a good report, but a thorough telling of the disaster that was reprinted worldwide. He also became a bit of a record keeper for the disaster, including the overseeing of gathering the names of the survivors with the intention of reporting for the sake of the families. The survivors were brought to Halifax, being dropped off at the Cunard Pier. One of the survivors was a 12-year-old boy named John Hanley. He was from England and moving to New Jersey with his family. Normally, he was quartered around the middle section of the ship with his parents, but on the night of the disaster, he decided to bunk with his brother up front along with the other single men. This decision ended up saving his life, but he still lost his brother and his parents. When John got to Halifax, his portrait was taken as a fundraiser and copies were sold to help John get on his feet when he reached the United States. Of course, other photographers in town snapped photographs of the photograph and sold copies and kept the profit. When the ship was going down, he was pushed out of a porthole and rescued from the bow. A musical number was written to celebrate his bravery, and is what you're listening to right now in the background. John was placed into the temporary care of a White Star Line purser, and the company promised to educate the boy and give him a career, but he ended up continuing on to New Jersey to live with his sister. The survivors were then taken to Boston, where a reception breakfast was held for them by the mayor, after which they began dispersing throughout the United States. The job was not over for the officers of the Atlantic. From the moment the ship had been evacuated, they needed to remain watch over the wreckage. Their duty now was to protect the bodies and the cargo of the ship, so Captain Williams had his crew keep a 24-hour watch over the wreck. If the ship was not abandoned, then the contents were not up for grabs. In fact, if someone took something from the wreck and didn't turn it in, they could be in big trouble. Still, they did, and that's where the funny story about this deck chair comes in. No doubt, it floated off the wreck when the ship sank. It was picked up on the rocks by locals because it's a nice chair, but then they found out they could get in trouble for owning it. The only identifying marker on it was the star on the headrest, indicating the White Star Line, and you can see that the owner tried sanding that off. Well, the star is flat now, and you can only barely see it today, but you can actually see where the wood stain was worn off from the rubbing. Other objects were salvaged as well. One of the ship's quarter boards, which would have been the first thing a passenger would see when boarding the ship, was salvaged and hung over a fireplace until only a few years ago when it was donated to the SS Atlantic Heritage Museum. Divers attempted to recover the items from the cargo hold so it could be sold off by the insurance company, but not everything could be saved. In the forward 2 cargo holds are crates and crates of ironstone china, made by J&G Meakin as well as Hope and Carter, to be shipped to the United States and sold to hotels and restaurants. When they went into the ship, they looked like this. When they were blasted from the wreckage, they looked like this. Tiny, smashed up fragments of ironstone, but some still have the manufacturer's stamp. A carriage was also pulled from the cargo hold, repaired, and employed for personal use for decades. Some items were found on the wreck that actually held some form of identification as to who the owner was.
This is all that remains of the straight razor. All of the metal has completely decomposed, but it is a straight razor, and the name on it is W. Garvey. W. Garvey was William Garvey, who was in the steerage.
These 2 buttons with 6-pointed stars were recovered from the wreck. Initially, they were believed to be from a passenger's jacket, possibly a Jewish passenger. However, when cataloging the artifacts, I realized who these buttons may actually belong to. You see, officers were expected to supply their own uniforms, so they weren't completely standardized. Now take a look at what a button from the Guion line looks like. The Guion line, of course, being the line that Captain Williams worked for only 2 years before the wreck. It looks like somebody may have had his old uniform on board with him. Of course, it could also be from another Guion line veteran whom we're unaware of. Hundreds of bodies were recovered by the salvage team. As they were recovered, they were subject to looters, particularly among sightseers from Halifax, who ventured to the wreck site for the day to see what fun could be had. Atlantic's crew, the local fishermen, and other authorities attempted to prevent this, but some looting did occur.
There would have been all kinds of people there, and what I mean by that is you would have had people there that were in a great deal of shock and doing their best to find the bodies and take them out of the water, right up to people who were, cutting the fingers off of people to get the rings.
In the meanwhile, tourists even managed to climb aboard the wreckage, still sticking out of the water at low tide.
William Glenfield was from England, and he and his sweetheart, Annie, wanted to get married, couldn't afford it, wanted a new life in America, couldn't afford it. So he went ahead to the States and worked for several years and raised some money so that he could go back and marry Annie. Goes back, they get married, now they're on their honeymoon, taking the Atlantic across to a new life in the United States. We don't know how they got separated. All we know is that they got separated. And for the next couple of days along the shore out here in Mars Island, William Glenfield would not leave. He was looking for Annie's body. So people brought food to him and whatnot, but he was disconsolate. He was not going until he found her body. Rescue ships came down from Halifax, picked everybody up. He wouldn't go. He never found her. Never found her body, but somebody came to him that they had found her suitcase. Okay, so he opened the suitcase, somebody had gone through it. Everything had been, of any value had been taken. And William Glenfield, to remember his wife Annie by, had nothing but a pair of her slippers. And that was all he had.
Some bodies were brought to Halifax for burial, including the bodies of Second Officer Metcalf and Purser Ambrose Worthington. The two of them were buried in Camp Hill Cemetery in a funeral paid for by the White Star Line and Captain Williams himself, attended by the surviving officers, representatives of various shipping lines in Halifax, and the general public. Only the stone of Mr. Worthington is still standing. Metcalf's grave, allegedly right next to it, is currently unmarked. Other bodies were claimed by relatives and taken to be buried by their families. Two saloon-class passengers, a mother and daughter named Lauriston and Lillian Davidson, were recovered from the wreckage. Despite reports claiming that they were buried in Camp Hill along with Atlantic's officers, they were in fact shipped out of Halifax. To where is still a mystery. They were on their way to live with Lauriston's brother, who was living in Telegraph City, California. It's possible that the bodies were brought there for burial. This mystery has piqued my interest so long that I've actually traveled to Telegraph City in Central California. The town is now a ghost town, but I cannot find their graves. There's a photograph of their headstone, but the stone itself may be lost, if it was ever in California to begin with. I have a full video on my channel about exploring Telegraph City and hunting for these graves. Reverend William Ancient agreed to organize a mass grave for any of the non-Catholic victims of the sinking, and this became known as the Protestant grave. And Reverend Martin Nass of Prospect agreed to bury the Catholics. Before organizing the bodies for the different mass graves, they had to figure out which faith each victim belonged to. Catholics tended to have tokens of their faith somewhere on their body, such as a rosary or a medal to assist them in prayer. And that was one of the primary ways of identifying them. This medal may have been carried by someone that night, and looks to be what is known as a miraculous medal. Reverend Nass buried around 250 Catholics in the mass grave at what is now called Star of the Sea Cemetery. Reverend Ancient buried 277 behind his church in Terrence Bay.
He started, I believe the first one was on April the 6th, and went from there until late July as bodies were recovered from the wreck. And he would bury, 10 a dozen or so at a time.
After some years, the White Star Line commissioned a memorial marker for the Protestant mass grave only. A similar one was eventually erected on the Catholic grave after fundraising efforts in the past few decades. Reverend Ancient's church at the time of the wreck of the Atlantic was called St. Paul's Anglican Church in Terrence Bay. It burned down in 1942. However, The foundations of the building are still visible. 3 park benches have even been erected on the foundation. When the ship wrecked, Captain Williams, in his urgency to save the people on the bow, called out to the rescuers that they would be paid $500 for any boatload of survivors that they retrieved. They, of course, were never paid. The Admiralty Court and the Government of Canada did give compensation to the rescuers and the people who opened up some of their homes, but of course it was a minimal amount. However, the news of the disaster spread around the world. The Mary Celeste, which was found derelict in the Atlantic Ocean a few months prior, had just had its investigations concluded and was finally bumped from the papers by the wreck of the Atlantic. The people of the United States were so moved by the heroism of the people in Nova Scotia that they actually took up several collection efforts to reward them. They were also the only ones to recognize the efforts of Sarah O'Reilly and the 2 daughters of Edmund Ryan. Regardless, the hero of the disaster, who was always at the forefront, was Reverend William Ancient. While yes, the locals were acting merely out of charity when they stepped in and saved the people off of the Atlantic, but a few of them did become resentful of the attention that Ancient was receiving.
The newspapers really took a shine to him, and before long he was the hero of the rescue, so that all the other people who were involved in the rescue in many ways got forgotten, and Ancient sort of rose to the top as being the guy who led the rescue. And you know, these were just poor fishermen. They needed to be led too. But that was not true, and it's unfortunate that that happened, but it did.
Reverend Ancient received the largest financial compensation out of everybody. He was also brought to award ceremonies and praised in the newspapers. The various American fundraising efforts even gifted him 3 different pocket watches, including this one etched with an image of the ship and currently on display in the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic. Locals at the time speculated that Ancient was thrust to the forefront not simply because of the drama of his actions, but because he was an Englishman, while the rescuers were all Irish and mostly Catholic. The wreck still lies beneath the waves of the rock it struck on Mars Island. There's a slight misunderstanding about the identity of this rock. Historians, including myself in my previous documentary, referred to this rock as Golden Rule Rock. However, it's not. Golden Rule Rock is at the southern tip of Mars Island. When Captain Williams was saved and he got to Halifax and was talking to the reporters, he said that they hit the rock off of Mars Island. And they said, "Oh, you mean Golden Rule Rock?" And Captain Williams, not knowing the names of any of these places, agreed because he thought, yeah, that's it. And then the newspapers ran with it. And nobody questioned that until the last couple of years. This is a discrepancy that Bob Chalk actually found when researching for his new book, Atlantic's Last Stop. Bob is the world's foremost expert on the Atlantic disaster. While my documentary is long and full of information, I still didn't have the time to go into anywhere near as much information as Bob does in his excellent book.
It's published by Nimbus Publishing in Halifax, Nova Scotia. It's available from Nimbus, and most online booksellers have it. So it was a real privilege to be able to write this book, and if you read it, I hope you'll enjoy it.
The link to Bob's book is in the description below. In Terrence Bay, on the grounds of St. Paul's Church, is the SS Atlantic Heritage Park Museum. The museum is filled with artifacts recovered from the wreck and helps preserve the local legacy of the disaster and the rescue. Although the museum is only open seasonally, the park grounds are open all year, with a trail leading down to the water where the Protestant mass grave is. In downtown Halifax is the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic, one of the best maritime museums in Canada. On the second floor, right by their Titanic exhibit, is a permanent display of Atlantic artifacts, including a clock, engraved picture, and one of Reverend Ancient's pocket watches. If you're looking to deep dive into the story of the Atlantic, in addition to recommending Bob's book, I have a playlist of all my Atlantic documentaries on my channel. From my old feature documentary to cataloging the artifacts, to exploring Telegraph City looking for the Davidson grave, to one about what a simple voyage on the Oceanic class was like. In that playlist are also a handful of videos I produced for the Titanic International Society, each specifically focusing on the stories of individual graves, including Reverend Ancient, Ambrose Worthington, and Officer Metcalf. The link to this playlist is in the description below. As always, a special thank you to my supporters on Patreon, especially Marlo Perez, Kelly Black, Kaiser Wilhelm II, Zach Richards, Donald Anderson, Cody Hendricks, Joan Haynes, Sean Kimball, Glenn Biddiscombe, Stephen Schwankert, Gabriel Coulomb, Rob M., Amos Mayhew, Corey Andrews, Nicholas Musella, Colt Hannock, Sophie Baber, Rob, Oliver Chin-Chen, John Maluski, David Watipka, Tiffany Raridan, Mantine Media, Nathan Gutierrez, Max Metcalf, hey, Metcalf, and David Littlejohn.
The summer of 1189, the Jordan Valley in Palestine. In the Battle of Hattin, Muslim troops slaughter 16,000 Christian knights and soldiers. Europe's Kingdom of Jerusalem, the most sacred territory in Christendom, falls into the hands of a new charismatic Muslim leader, Saladin.
The Pope, Urban III, as soon as he heard the news, dropped dead from a heart attack.
They saw Saladin as the son of Satan. He was even depicted as the sixth of the seven-headed beast of the apocalypse.
In Europe, tens of thousands of men answered the Pope's call and swore to reconquer the Holy Land. Thus began the Third Crusade.
They fight in the name of faith, they kill in the name of faith, and in this they understand each other very well. On the other side, they have exactly the same type of reasoning.
The crusade was led by the greatest leaders of the Christian world, the King of England, Richard the Lionheart, and the King of France, Philip Augustus.
It was a titanic clash of arms, where all the major figures in military history fought and lived and died in the same circumstances.
The epicenter of the conflict is the fortress of St. John of Acre. For 2 years, this port city on the shores of the Mediterranean is the scene of one of the longest sieges in medieval history.
Готов!
Summer 1189. 700 Frankish knights and 9,000 infantry leave Tyre in modern Lebanon and head for the south of Palestine. At their head is Guy de Lusignan, whose army was massacred at Hattin 2 years earlier.
Guy de Lusignan is the king of Jerusalem, but he no longer has possession of Jerusalem. In fact, he no longer has possession of any major piece of territory in the Old Kingdom. And so to get back his territory, to get back his prestige, he's almost forced to begin the campaign, begin the counteroffensive against a Muslim force.
The Pope has called for more crusaders to come, but for now, Guy is on his own. His first destination is the strategic port city of Acre. If he wants to reconquer his kingdom, he'll have to set siege to it.
In the 12th century, the city of Acre is a beautiful commercial port. This is the center of the Kingdom of Jerusalem in an economic sense.
For that reason, it was a crucial strategic target. It was very, very important to hold this arterial route back to Western Europe. Supplies, pilgrims, reinforcements could come and go out of this port.
On the 28th of August, Guy arrives at the gates of the city. It's built on a peninsula, bordered to the west by the Mediterranean and to the south by the Bay of Haifa. Its lofty ramparts are protected by a wide moat that extends to the north for over 3,280 feet.
Внимание! Я готов! Готов выдвигаться! Я готов! Слушаю! Я готов! Так точно! До приказа! Я готов! Смирно! Выходим! Выходим! Слушаю! До приказа! Верно! Я готов. Выходим! Жду приказа. Не стоим, идем. Смирно! Смирно! Мирно! Готов выдвигаться. Выходим! Мирно! Жду приказа. Слушаю.
Ставить свои цели в распоряжение власти помещиков, восстановление царизма, разрушение национальной культуры и национальной государственности русских, украинцев, белорусов, литовцев, латышей, эстонцев, узбеков, татар, молдаван,
Готов!
по жизни и смерти народа СССР.
Жду приказа.
Готов быть народом Советского Союза свободным. И мы нас породости. Нужно, чтобы советские люди поняли это. Перестали быть беззаботными. Чтобы они мобилизовали себя и перестроили свою работу на новый, военный лад, не знающий пощады врагов. Необходимо знание, чтобы в наших рядах не было места нытикам и трусам, паникерам и дезертирам, чтобы наши люди не знали страха в борьбе. Самоотверженно шли на нашу отечественную освободительную войну против фашистских проводителей. Великий Ленин, создавший наше государство, говорил, что основным качеством советских людей должно быть храбрость, отвага, незнание страха в борьбе, готовность биться вместе с народом против врагов нашей Родины. Необходимо, чтобы это великолепное качество большевика стало достоянием миллионов и миллионов Красной Армии, нашего Красного флота и всех народов Советского Союза. Мы должны немедленно перестроить всю нашу работу на военный лад, все подчинить интересам фронта и задачам организации разгрома врага. Народы Советского Союза видят теперь, что германский фашизм неукротим, своей бешеной злобе и ненависти к нашей Родине, обеспечившей всем трудящимся свободный труд и благосостояние. Народы Советского Союза должны подняться за защиту своих прав, своей земли, против врага. Красная Армия, Красный флот и все граждане Советского Союза должны отстаивать каждую пять советской земли.
Внимание!
Драться до последней капли крови за наши города и села, проявлять смелость, инициативу и смелку, свойственные нашему народу. Мы должны организовать постоянную помощь Красной Армии, обеспечить усиленное пополнение ее рядов, обеспечить ее снабжение всем необходимым, организовать быстрое продвижение транспорта с войсками и военным грузом, широкую помощь стране. Мы должны укрепить тыл Красной Армии, подчинить интересам этого дела всю свою работу, обеспечить усиленную работу всех предприятий, производить больше винтовок, пулеметов, орудий, патронов, снарядов, самолетов, организовать охрану заводов, электростанций, телефонные и телеграфные связи, наладить местную противовоздушную оборону. Мы должны организовать беспощадную борьбу со всякими дезорганизаторами цела, дезертирами, паникерами, распространителями слухов, уничтожать шпионов, диверсантов, вражеских парашютистов, оказывая во всем этом быстрое содействие нашим истребительным батальонам. Нужно иметь в виду, что враг коварен, хитер, полностью в обмане и распространении нечисти, учить от света и не поддаваться на провокацию. Нужно немедленно принимать суды военного трибунала и здесь мы своим паникерством и трусостью мешаем народу, не взирая на лица. Мы вынуждены отходить частей Красной Армии,
Я готов!
не оставлять врагу ни одного паровоза, ни одного вагона, не оставлять противнику ни килограмма хлеба, ни литра горючего. Колхозники должны давать бегство, жить давать согласованию с государственным для выручки в остальные районы. обычная. Она является не только войной, но и
Готов!
армия. Она является вместе с тем великой войной всего советского народа против немецкого фашизма.
Мирно!
Отечественной войны против фашистских угнетателей является не только ликвидация опасности, нависшей над нашей страной, но и помощь тем народам Европы, стоящим под игом германского фашизма. Этой освободительной войной мы не будем одиноки. Этой великой войной мы будем иметь верных союзников и народов Европы и Америки, в том числе в лице германского народа, порабощенного гитлеровскими заправилами. Наша война за свободу нашего Отечества зальется с борьбой народов Европы и Америки за их независимость, за демократические свободы. Это будет единый фронт народов, стоящих за свободу, против порабощения и угрозы порабощения со стороны фашистских армий Гитлера. В этой связи историческое выступление премьера Великобритании господина Черчилля по помощи Советскому Союзу и декларация правительства Соединенных Штатов Америки по готовности оказать помощь нашей стране, которые могут вызвать лишь чувство благодарности в сердцах народов Советского Союза, является вполне понятным и показательным.
Мы под огнем! Слушаю! Вперед! Выходим! Брось! Держать дистанцию. Слушаю. Готов выдвигаться. Вперед, выходим. Вперед, выходим. Не стоим, идем. Мы под огнем. идем! Слушаю! Слушаю! Готов выдвигаться! Я готов! Я готов! Так точно! Готов выдвигаться! Внимание! Так точно! Смирно! Выходим! Мы под огнем! Внимание! Жду приказа! Жду приказа! Так точно! Держать дистанцию! Готов! Слушаю! Жду приказа. Готов выдвигаться. Внимание! Ройс! Выходим! Готов? Я готов! Внимание! Внимание!
Mr. Speaker, on Friday evening last, I received His Majesty's commission to form a new administration. It was the evident wish and will of Parliament and the nation that this should be conceived on the broadest possible basis, and that it should include all parties, both those who supported the late government and also the parties of the opposition. I have completed the most important part of this task. A war cabinet has been formed of 5 members, representing the liberal opposition, the unity of the nation. The 3 party leaders have agreed to serve either in the war cabinet or in high executive office. The 3 fighting services have been filled. It was necessary that this should be done in one
Готов подвигаться.
on account of the extreme urgency and rigor with it. A number of other key petitions were filled yesterday, and I am submitting a further mention. I hope to complete the appointment of the principal ministers during tomorrow. The appointment of the other ministers usually takes a little longer, but I trust that when Parliament meets again, this part of my task will be completed, and that the administration will be complete in all respects. Sir, I considered it in the public interest to suggest that the House should be summoned to meet today. Mr. Speaker agreed and took the necessary steps in accordance with the powers conferred upon him by the resolution of the House. At the end of the proceedings today, the adjournment of the House will be proposed on Tuesday, the 21st of May, with, of course, provision for earlier meeting if need be. The business to be considered during that week will be notified to members at the earliest opportunity. I now invite the House, by the resolution which stands in my name, to record its approval of the steps taken and to declare its confidence in the government. Sir, to form an administration...
Готов подвигаться.
I hope I may be pardoned if I do not address the House at any length today. I hope that any of my friends and colleagues or former colleagues who are affected by the political reconstruction will make all allowances for any lack of clarity with which it can be necessary to act. I will say to the House, and I said to those who joined us, I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, sweat. I have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind.
Так точно.
We have before us many, many long months of struggle.
Мирно.
It is to wage war by sea, land, and air.
Внимание. Выходим. Готов подвигаться. Готов подвигаться.
I can answer in one word. Victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory
Готов подвигаться.
however long and hard the road may be. But without victory there is no...
Мирно.
Let that be relevant. No survival for the British Empire. No survival for all that the British Empire stood for. No survival for the urge and impulse of the ages that mankind will move forward towards its goal. But I take up my task with buoyancy and hope. I feel sure that our cause will not be suffered to fail. This time I feel entitled to claim the aid of it. And I say, come then, let us go forward together with our united strength.
Готов выдвигаться. Готов? Стоп!
Can you conceive a greater objective for the Germans in the air than to make evacuation from these beaches impossible? And to sink all these ships which were displayed almost to the extent of the house. Could there have been an objective of greater military importance and significance for the whole purpose of the war than this? They tried hard, and they were beaten back. They were frustrated in their task. We got them
Внимание!
away, and they have paid fourfold
Выходим!
for any losses
Готов?
which they have inflicted. Sir, when we consider
Выходим!
that would be our advantage in defending the air of our
Я готов!
islands against an overseas attack, I must say that Speaker, in the disastrous military events which have happened during the past fortnight have not come to me with any sense of surprise. Indeed, I indicated a fortnight ago, as clearly as I could to the House, that the worst possibilities were open, and I made it perfectly clear that whatever happens in
Готов?
would make no difference to the resolve of
Слушаю.
Britain and the British Army to fight on. If necessary for if necessary.
Выходим!
I have thought it right upon this occasion to give the House and the country some indication of the solid practical ground upon which we base our inflexible resolve to continue the war. There are a good many people who say, no, we know, think of it, better die than commit to tyranny, and such a tyranny. And I do not dissociate myself from them. But I can assure them that our professional advisors of the 1830s unitedly advised that we should carry on the war, and that there are good and reasonable hopes of final victory. We have fully informed and consulted all the self-governing communities. These great communities, far beyond the ocean, who have been built up on our civilization, and who are absolutely free from their course,
Внимание!
to the ancient Northern Air, and who feel themselves inspired by the same emotions which lead me to take our oath upon duty now. We do not
Я готов.
or whether the French resistance will be prolonged, as it was and in the French Empire. The French government is growing by great opportunities and casting a trip their future. If they do not continue in accordance with their treaty obligation, from which we have not been able to release them. But I will tolerate these direct negotiations. They wish to desire many frustrations. At the darkest hour in French history, we conclude a union of common citizenship in this struggle. However matters may go in France, or with the French government, or other French governments, we in this island and in the British Empire will never lose our sense of comradeship with the French people. If we are now called upon to endure what they have been suffering, we shall emulate their courage. And if final victory rewards our toils, they shall share the gain. I and freedom.
just kind of a vibe.
If I had a nickel for every time that a group of hikers died on a Russian mountainside under mysterious circumstances, I'd have 2 nickels, and at this point, I'm starting to believe that inflation may be my fault. I'm Aiden Madison, welcome back to the Lore Lodge. On the 9th of August 1993, Alexander Kvitnitsky and several other Ukrainian tourists were paddling along the Snezhnaya River in the Kamar-Daban mountain range of southern Russia when they came across a very strange scene. A young woman stood on the northern side of the river, screaming and waving her arms around, desperately pleading with them to save her. With little hesitation, Alexander and the others made for the shore, at which point the girl buried her head into the chest of one of her rescuers and began to tell an incoherent, panicked story of death and terror high on the mountains above. As these tourists turned rescue squad would come to learn, they had just picked up 17-year-old Valentina Yudachenko, the sole survivor of one of the most mysterious backpacking disasters of all time, one which would come to be known as the infamous Kamar-Daban incident. Due to similarities to another hiking disaster in Russia, the tragedy in the Kamar-Daban range has been referred to as the Buryatia-Dyatlov Pass, named for the region in which the events transpired. As with Dyatlov's group, they left their campsite in a panic, they were found in clusters, some of them were missing clothes, and all but one member of the group perished. In both cases, most of the deaths were attributed to hypothermia, and the incidents as a whole chalked up to poor planning and decision-making by the group leaders. But for all of its similarities to Dyatlov's group, Korovina's group had a number of significant differences. For one, the leader on the later trek was the oldest member of the group and by far the most experienced. Additionally, the injuries sustained by her team were uniform and without signs of any blunt force trauma. Of the former group, at least 3 appear to have died of the sheer physical damage that their bodies sustained. Perhaps most importantly, they were just one of several hiking teams in the area at that time, with at least 2 others in close proximity. Igor Dyatlov and his companions were in a far more isolated location with nobody around for miles. But what really made this case interesting, at least for me, was the fact that the story told by English language media differs so drastically from that in the Russian language sources. This wasn't just a mystery about what happened to those unfortunate souls on that mountainside 31 years ago. It was also a puzzle to unravel the various inaccuracies that have accrued as details of this story have been lost in translation. But before we get into the details of today's story, I do need to introduce you to our sponsor for today, us. There we go. Oh, okay, we're doing the walk-in right there. All right. So anyway, yeah, we have merch. We haven't done a merch commercial yet. We probably should have a long time ago, but as you can see, we've added hoodies. We now have both our new logo, which the ladies behind me are wearing, and then we've got the classic, which has in fact been buffed out a little bit. It's got thicker lining, so it no longer, fragments in the wash. These bad boys are from Bunker Branding. They are 100% American-made, designed by us and Bunker's team, and you know what? I think they turned out better than anything we've had before. And for those of you out there with significant others, as you may be well aware at the time this video is coming out, it is hoodie season. And as we all know, hoodies are most commonly stolen this time of year. So for that reason, I would if you want to get one of these bad boys, but I will also remind you, we don't just do shirts. We also have coffee from Tableau Roasting Company. Now, our coffee is a medium dark roast, but it's not something that I just picked off of a shelf on some Shopify website. No, I was a barista for many years, I worked at an artisan roastery, and when Matt Moore from Tableau reached out to me, I sat down and I said, all right, I want exactly these beans from these countries, I want this roast profile, and I want the coffee to taste like this. And that's how we got Mount Pocono Perk, which in my opinion is one of the most balanced yet flavorful coffees I've ever had.
Can't confirm.
If you'd like to try Mount Pocono Perk for yourself, you can head over to TableauRoastingCo.com, scroll to the Collaborations tab, and you will see it right there next to History of Everything's Coffee, Lewis, and Dark. And, you know, since we're mentioning History of Everything, I might as well tell you guys that we are launching a brand new podcast with the guys behind that. Coming in 2025, we'll be doing one episode a month where I sit down with Stephen Bell and Roman Helmet Guy, and we talk about history in a very guys and dudes kind of sense. We're going to have on some guests in the future, and the idea is just to cover the fun stories, the weird stories, and the, you know, little-known stuff that maybe more people should be aware of. So, if you'd like to wear the lodge while you drink the lodge as you watch the lodge, these are the best ways to do it. Now back to the story. Lyudmila Korovina was highly qualified in her profession. A longtime member of the adventure. If I had a nickel for every time that a young man by the name of Brandon went missing on a dark with the only gas stations for 30 miles in either direction. Shortly before 1 a.m. on Friday, August 9th, 2013, the Coke County Sheriff's Office received a 911 call reporting that a stranded vehicle was blocking Route 277 somewhere near Brant, Texas. For local law enforcement, this was not an unusual kind of evening. People traveling along that desolate stretch of two-lane highway have very few options for fueling up, with the only gas stations for 30 miles in either direction being in Brant. Assuming that someone had just underestimated how far it would be before the next gas stop, the Sheriff's Office dispatched Chief Deputy Brandon Neal and Deputy Chris Fox to go out and locate the stranded vehicle, with Neal heading south while Fox made his way north. Moments later, around 1:10 a.m., Neal's headlights illuminated the reason for the call. A silver Ford F-150 sat on the shoulder, its front slightly across the white line. As he pulled over, he took notice that somebody else had just arrived coming from the opposite direction. That man identified himself as Kyle Lawson and informed the chief deputy that the pickup belonged to his 26-year-old brother Brandon. Kyle then told Neal that his brother had stepped away and was walking up the road, but that he was having trouble keeping contact with him due to poor reception. After a brief discussion, Coke County's Observer Enterprise newspaper explained on their Facebook page, Chief Deputy Neal checked the vehicle for signs of a struggle. Finding none and aware that he had seen nobody walking along the road as he traveled there from Brant, he decided that he was going to go southwards and just drive down to the county line to see if he could find anybody. What Neal didn't know is that Kyle had not been entirely truthful with him. His brother was stranded, and he was having trouble keeping him on the phone, but he was not walking along the road. Instead, so far as Kyle knew, Brandon was extremely close by. So close that at one point he'd said, "I can see you, I'm right here." The problem was that Brandon had a warrant for possession with intent to distribute, and there was a concern that if he were to reveal himself to Chief Deputy Neal, he would be arrested on the spot, even though the alleged offense had actually occurred several counties over just south of Fort Worth. For that reason, he chose to remain hidden nearby while Kyle talked the officer into leaving the area. Soon after, Kyle got back in his car and drove a short way up the road, where he told the San Angelo Standard-Times that he sat there for a good 30 to 45 minutes waiting for Brandon to emerge. He never did, so Kyle turned around and made his way back home, telling the Standard-Times that, at the time, I didn't feel like he was in any danger. So when he returned to the scene around 5 o'clock a.m. that morning, Kyle expected that his brother would just be hanging out somewhere near his truck. Instead, Brandon was nowhere to be found, and any calls made to his phone number went straight to voicemail. Suddenly, the situation was very different. Just hours earlier, Brandon had been telling Kyle that he was close enough to see him, and that he was just waiting on this deputy to leave so that he could come out and get his truck handled. Now, he was nowhere to be found, his phone either dead or without service, with nothing but land and seasonally occupied houses between him and Brant 4 miles to the north, and it was not the right season. What had seemed to be a simple matter of a man trying to stay out of sight now presented as a missing persons case, and it was about to get a lot more complicated. And you know what else can be complicated? Stopping your bad habits, which is why I'd like to introduce you to today's sponsor, Fume. Oh no, it's Fume. Fume's product is based upon a very simple premise. It is very difficult to break a habit. So, rather than trying to do so, why not just remove the bad from the bad habit? Let's take a bad habit, for example, where you inhale something, and you're out hanging out with your buddies at the bar, and then all of them start reaching for their bad habits, and you feel that pressure. Well, with fume, you don't need to try and avoid being involved. Instead, you take this little guy out, and you find that instead of, something with filaments or, fire, stuff you actually put into your lungs, you get this, and it's just steel, wood, and a little flavoring stick. No synthetics, no weird chemicals, just all natural ingredients. And one of my favorite things about it is that it's purely mechanical. There are no electronics involved. You just take this guy off, your flavoring stick is right here, it's just fiber soaked in oil, and then pop it back in here, you're good to go. And the fact that it's all mechanical stuff actually gives it a secondary function as a little bit of a fidget toy, because you can just, play with it a little bit. That twisting actually has a function. It controls this little dial at the back. This allows you to decide how much fume you want. So if you would like to join the over 300,000 people who have given fume a try, then you can go to tryfume.com/lorelodge, that is tryfum.com/lorelodge, and use our code LORELODGE to get in on this amazing Black Friday and Cyber Monday deal. Buy one journey pack, get the second for 70% off. Plus, Fume is giving away 5 gold-plated fumes to 5 lucky customers. Imagine owning a limited edition, gold-plated version of this amazing device. Talk about a showpiece. And once again, head over to tryfume.com/lorelodge or scan the QR code on your screen and use code LORELODGE at checkout. Brandon Lawson and his girlfriend Ledessa Lofton had been together for so long that the state of Texas considered them legally married, despite the fact that they had never obtained a license nor had a ceremony performed. The couple had been together since high school, and in the preceding 10 years, they had become parents to 4 children. Brandon had moved the family to San Angelo about a year prior to his disappearance in order to work at Renegade Oil Services, where his brother was both a colleague and his closest friend. Due to the demanding hours of the oil industry and a lack of other connections in the area, the 2 Lawson families, far from their parents' home up in Fort Worth, lived in close proximity to one another, so it made sense that when Brandon and Ledessa got into a fight on the night of Thursday, August 8th, 2013, Kyle was one of the first people to know. As everyone would come to learn, that argument between Brandon and Ledessa resulted in Brandon calling his father Brad around 11:30 and saying that he planned to drive out to their home in Crowley, between 3 and 4 hours away. According to Ledessa in an interview on the Monday with Orion podcast, Brandon left the house at 11:53 p.m., so he would have been expected at his parents' between 3 and 4 a.m. It's likely that Brandon only intended to stay with his parents for the weekend, as Brad told the San Angelo Standard-Times that his elder son was scheduled to begin a new job on Monday, which came with higher pay and better benefits than he had been receiving before. He was less than an hour into that trip when, according to Ledessa, Brandon called Kyle at 12:38 a.m. on August 9th and told his younger brother that he'd run out of gas while heading north on Route 277, and that he needed a gas can brought out so that he could get to the nearest station. Kyle reportedly called Ledessa, who told Monday with Orion that she left the gas can out on the porch before she went back inside to go to bed. Shortly after that, Kyle, with his wife and 4-year-old son along for the ride, picked them up and made their way over to a gas station in San Angelo, only to learn that Kyle did not have the money in his account to pay for gas. Figuring that he could just pick Brandon up and take him to Bront, where his brother could pay for the gas himself, he made his way out onto 277 and began looking for Brandon. It's unclear exactly how specific Brandon had been about his location, but it didn't take Kyle particularly long to find the truck. What Kyle didn't expect to see was a sheriff's deputy pulling up just after he did, which certainly complicated matters. While he would not come forward with this information until several days after Brandon had gone missing, Kyle eventually revealed to investigators that he'd been in contact with his brother from before he reached the pickup all the way up until just after he encountered Chief Deputy Neal. In fact, according to the San Angelo Standard-Times, there was an entire list of phone calls made by or to Brandon between 12:51 a.m. and 1:19 a.m. that night. The first 2, both at 12:51, were from Kyle to Brandon and Brandon to Ledessa, both of which went unanswered. A minute later, Kyle's wife or girlfriend, it's not totally clear what their relationship status was, but her name was Audrey, she called Brandon twice, and then Kyle called again 2 minutes later. It's unclear which, if any, of these calls connected. At 12:57, Brandon called his neighbor, Lori Norris, before calling his brother again at 12:58 and then again at 12:59. It seems that Brandon did not initially connect with Lori, or maybe their call had been cut off, because she proceeded to call him 3 times during those same 2 minutes. 10 minutes later at 1:09 a.m., Brandon called Kyle 3 more times, with Kyle reciprocating with 3 calls of his own at 1:12. Finally, at 1:15, Brandon called Kyle 2 more times, and then after that, his phone just started going straight to voicemail. And again, all of that is according to the San Angelo Standard Times. There's unfortunately very little information out there regarding the details of these calls or which ones actually involved a conversation, but Kyle did share some information with the papers and the police. Of particular interest, he said that Brandon told him he was sitting somewhere close enough to see him, but also at one point that he was running through a field. And then ultimately the last thing that he said to Kyle and Audrey was that he was bleeding. This is odd because Kyle told the Standard Times that he didn't believe his brother to be in any danger at the time, when that series of claims would suggest that he was running away from someone or something, and him bleeding confirmed that he had been injured. The situation becomes even more confusing when it's factored in that Kyle reported that his brother had said something else to him during that initial call at 12:38. Specifically, he told Kyle that 3 expletives are chasing me out of town. Precisely what expletive he used is unclear, but he apparently confirmed to his brother that the people following him were the Mexicans in the neighborhood. Kyle found this odd because so far as he was aware, there were no Mexicans in their neighborhood. This prompted Kyle to ask Brandon if it was possible that he was hallucinating or if he was on any substances, only for Brandon to vehemently deny using any substances and insist that this was not in his head. Whether he was being chased or he had just imagined all of it, however, he was still very much in danger of getting lost or being attacked by wild animals. Why, then, would Kyle Lawson say that he didn't believe his brother was in any danger? It's actually not the only somewhat contradictory statement made by Brandon's brother regarding this case. The very same article from the Standard Times also reports that Kyle claimed he remained in the area for only 30 to 45 minutes before heading home. But Ledessa told Monday with Orion that he'd spent the entire night driving up and down Route 277 looking for her husband. What all of that means is hard to say, but it certainly seems peculiar that Kyle would not have recognized that his brother seemed to have bigger problems than potentially being arrested. And according to the local paper, the Observer Enterprise, Coke County law enforcement doesn't typically run plates and check for warrants when responding to stranded motorist calls. More than likely, they wrote in a Facebook post on August 13, 2013, Deputy Neal would have offered to help Lawson push the truck further onto the shoulder, or told Lawson to turn his flashers on after finding out someone was on the way with gasoline. Sure, that is just a journalist's opinion, but in this case, the identity of that journalist is actually very relevant. You see, the Observer Enterprise is owned and operated by Melinda McCutcheon, the wife of then Coke County Sheriff Wayne McCutcheon. And that paper behaved very strangely during the investigation into Brandon's whereabouts. It did not take the Coke County Sheriff's Office very long to put 2 and 2 together regarding Brandon's criminal history. By the 13th, Melinda, again the sheriff's wife, was posting updates to the Observer Enterprise's Facebook page, and the very first one noted that, upon further investigation, it was determined the man had an outstanding warrant and had indicated on a phone call to a family member that he went into hiding upon seeing Chief Deputy Neal. To their credit, the sheriff's office did continue the search even after learning that the missing person had been deliberately avoiding an encounter with the police. On that very same morning of the 9th, Chief Deputy Neal had the pickup truck towed because it was on the road, and that was done around 2:30 before the tow truck actually got there, as Ledessa told a few days later. It doesn't seem like a ton happened that day, aside from a wellness concern bulletin being put out to the neighboring counties, but by Saturday there were search teams on the ground. It seems that Deputy Neal spent most of Saturday searching the surrounding properties, once to see if there were any signs of disturbance, and then again with a thermal imaging camera. Unfortunately, neither Neal's efforts nor those of a small private team deployed from 8 a.m. to noon on the 11th uncovered any indication of where Brandon had gone. According to Neal's report, which I was unable to find online in full, but from which quotes have been published in the Standard Times, the only sign of anyone being in that area was a spot under a tree where it appeared someone sat down close to the roadway within eyesight of where Lawson's pickup broke down. For Neal, that seemed like evidence that Brandon had, as his brother claimed, been very close by and therefore most likely hiding from the police. Still, they were intent about finding this missing father of 4, and to that end, they called in the big guns. the Texas Rangers. Chief Deputy Neal met with Ranger Lieutenant Dwayne Goll on the 12th, and the two reportedly came to the conclusion that Lawson was possibly no longer in Coke County. Possibly is not certainly, however, so they requested a helicopter from the Department of Public Safety. The following day, Ranger Nick Hanna rode along in the chopper as they scanned the area from the Colorado River southwards along Route 277, but it was determined that Lawson was not on the ground due to the fact that there was a lot of exposed bare ground under the short mesquite and cedar bushes. Additional searches conducted via airplane had similar findings, with Neal clarifying that they were able to spot corn sacks from the air, and, as he said, if you can see those from the plane, you can see someone laying down. So, citing the warrant, the fight with his wife, his choosing to hide from rescue on the night he disappeared, and the fact that there was no sign of a supposedly injured Brandon anywhere near his last location, Neal would ultimately conclude his report by saying that Brandon Lawson is not in Coke County, lost or hiding. In the intervening years, the Standard Times reports, Brandon's continued absence has strengthened Neal's views, which he explained were that, after Neal and Kyle had left the pickup truck, Lawson walked back to the roadway and was able to get a ride from a passing motorist. At the time, unlikely as this might seem, this appeared to be the only reasonable explanation. Except there's one thing that Neal doesn't seem to have been considering here. On Tuesday, the 13th of August 2013, investigators discovered that something had been missed on the night that Brandon went missing. He had called 911. In that call, he had said much the same as what Kyle went on to tell the police that his brother had told him that very night. Or at least so far as anyone can tell, and you'll understand when we show you the audio.
9/2013 0:50 and 38 seconds. 911 emergency.
Yes, I'm in the middle of the field. The state were just pushing some guys over. Right here going towards Abilene on both sides. My truck ran out of gas. There's one part here. You got to take it to the woods. Please hurry.
Okay, now run that by me.
We're not talking to him. I actually ran into him.
Ah, you ran into him. Okay.
Got the first guy.
Do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, no, I need the call.
Okay. Is anybody hurt? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Since that call was released, a number of individuals and groups have attempted to transcribe the somewhat garbled, difficult to understand statements made by Brandon. But there are still several places where people just can't seem to agree on what was actually said. Generally, it's accepted that he told the operator that he was in the middle of a field, that his truck ran out of gas, that there was one car there potentially other than his truck, that they were going towards Abilene on both sides, that he'd run into someone and there would be no talking to them, and that he needed the cops rather than an ambulance. Perhaps most importantly, Brandon made that 911 call at 12:53 a.m., nearly a full 20 minutes before he allegedly told Kyle that he was sitting nearby, close enough to see both his brother and Deputy Neal. Immediately, that last aspect throws a massive wrench into the narrative that Brandon was hiding from the police, because he directly requested their assistance long before either his brother or the sheriff's department showed up. It simply does not follow that he would call them just to then hide from them. Clearly, at the time he made the 911 call, whatever he was dealing with, he was much more afraid of than he was going to jail. A sentiment that his father echoed to the Standard Times in 2018. Brandon had already done some state jail time, Brad told the paper, and Brandon wasn't afraid to take the punishment that was dealt to him. Sure, it could just be the words of a father standing by his son, but at the end of the day, the logic really just doesn't follow that he'd hide from the very same help he himself called for. As for why he called for help in the first place, that's a little bit more difficult to unravel, but it still points to something other than paranoia about being arrested. In that audio, it sounds very much like he said a stapler, or scaper either pushed or pulled some guys over, followed by they're out here going towards Abilene on both sides. The Abilene part is very straightforward, except for the fact that the nearest turnoff to Abilene was over 12 miles north of where the pickup was located. Now, the city itself is approximately 50 miles northeast as the crow flies, so it is possible that Brandon simply meant that they were heading north, but who were they anyway? And also, what is that unintelligible word? And who was it that pushed or pulled them over? A lot of people have suggested that this unintelligible word is staper, which could be either a slang term or a misspoken attempt at saying the words state trooper. But there's no record of any state troopers being in that area at that time of night, and the call informing the sheriff about the stranded vehicle, the one that was not made by Brandon, didn't come in until 12:58 a.m., 5 minutes after Brandon's call. Additionally, if we're talking about a state trooper here, then the call would suggest that Brandon was calling for backup for that trooper, which makes no sense because the trooper would just call for backup himself using his radio. He wouldn't ask a random stranded motorist to call 911 for it. Another common suggestion is stapler, which, according to Urban Dictionary, was in fact a slang term among the theater community in Dallas during the early 2010s. The term meant stalker, and Dallas is essentially attached to Brandon's hometown of Fort Worth. It would also fit with Kyle's claim that Brandon said that he was being chased out of town by Mexicans from his neighborhood. But then the question is, why would somebody not involved with theater be using theater slang while calling 911? Lastly, there is scaper, which has appeared as slang for scapegoat, but in this circumstance that makes little sense. What does seem possible is that the guys who were pushed or pulled over are the same people that Brandon said he totally ran into just a few seconds later, which would suggest that whatever that word was, it actually applied to Brandon himself. The problem there is that Brandon's truck didn't have any reported damage, meaning that whoever he supposedly hit probably wasn't in a car, or that the pushing over happened after Brandon had left the vehicle. I actually do think there could be something to that, given that the reported position of the vehicle was not exactly consistent with somebody who just ran out of gas. Ledessa and the others said that the front end of the vehicle was jutting slightly into the travel lane, which would be more indicative of somebody trying to get back onto the road than someone trying to get off of it. Now, alternatively, he may have been saying scraper, as it applies to a style of car modification popular in the Bay Area of California in the 1980s. This would make sense for the claim that the scraper, being a car, had just pushed some guys over, but not necessarily the claim that he totally ran into them, because if he totally ran into the scraper, you would think that there would be some damage. Regardless, he plainly stated that he was in the middle of a field, and it sounds quite a bit like he said that somebody was chasing him into the woods. All of that, combined with him sort of sounding almost like he's laughing when he's asked about needing an ambulance, and then saying, "No, I need the cops," while actively having a warrant for his own arrest, would strongly suggest that somebody was trying to harm him. One way that this could all theoretically make sense is if Brandon was either followed from San Angelo or ambushed on 277, ended up on the shoulder, and then ran out of gas as he tried to make it back to the road. If someone had pulled up next to him, then it could explain the comment about being headed toward Abilene on both sides, and why he said there was one car there. Alternatively, it could be that there were people on both sides of the road as he was driving north, and that they jumped him after he ran out of gas. It's not perfect, and to be honest, I'm not sure that I even like it, but it at least wraps things together in a way that sort of makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is the fact that the sheriff's office apparently never responded to Brandon's 911 call. When the line went dead, instead of immediately calling him back or trying to ping the location of his phone, instead, the dispatcher waited a full 15 minutes to try and call back. And according to the Observer Enterprise, dispatch also failed to inform the sheriff's office that Brandon said he'd hit someone. But then again, the paper was being weird. For example, prior to August 13th, 2013, they didn't have a Facebook page. Upon creating one, the very first thing that Melinda McCutcheon did, again, that is the sheriff's wife, was post about Brandon's case. She then proceeded to post a full 3 more updates that day, and in the second one, she said that the original 911 call came to Coke County Sheriff's Office at 12:58 a.m., Friday, August 9th, 2013, reporting a stranded motorist. This, as she knew then and we know now, was not true. Brandon called 911 first, and it seems that others might have noticed this little bit of misinformation because on the 14th, the paper's Facebook page lit up with another post. This time, McCutcheon informed readers that until the current situation has been resolved, the paper was asking for no more comments to any post concerning the Brandon Lawson story. She then clarified that the story will come out in the paper this week, and that article will be the last until there's a break in this case, and added that all comments posted so far have been removed. Demanding that your readers not ask questions and then deleting all comments on a story is unprofessional for any paper, but it's downright unacceptable for a paper that is for all intents and purposes owned by the sheriff. To make matters worse, the paper would go on to post yet another update on the 29th, in which they once again mentioned Brandon's warrants, but failed to include the detail that he had called 911 himself. All of this suggests a severe lack of objectivity, which was on full display in the 4th update posted on the 13th, wherein McCutcheon wrote, "I think if Brandon Lawson had not hidden from Deputy Neal, then a husband and father would not be missing tonight." In post after post after post, the wife of the sheriff in charge of this investigation layered blame and suspicion upon the missing individual, all while just sweeping the department's failure to respond to a frantic 911 call from the very man they couldn't find right under the rug. And it doesn't stop there either. As it turns out, the posts to the paper's official page were the publisher's idea of professionalism. Through her personal account, she posted a comment on a post by the Help Find Brandon Lawson Facebook page, run by Ledessa and a friend of hers on the 13th of August. In it, she strangely pretended that she was not the one writing the post over at the Observer Enterprise, instead saying that the paper posted it. She posted another comment moments later, pondering the question, after the deputy left and in the hours before the truck was towed, why didn't Brandon go back to his truck and drive off? Could it be he thought he would be stopped while driving? His actions prove that he didn't want to be seen by law enforcement. Could it be he still doesn't want to be found, especially after all the publicity? Meanwhile, the Observer Enterprise posted at almost exactly the same time that the reports on the Help Find Brandon Lawson page are inaccurate, while encouraging their readers to share this latest report on that page to inform their members. Now keep in mind, the Observer Enterprise report was itself inaccurate. But in this case, the report she was referring to was one where the Help Find Brandon Lawson page said that the truck had been towed that same night, which was completely true. Technically, the truck was towed at 8:30 in the morning, but that was only 7 hours after it was found. I think it should also be pointed out here that no actual investigation of the truck was done. Deputy Neal said that he, checked to make sure there was nobody there. He got in, he turned on the blinker, and then he shut the doors and locked them and just left. That was it. That, by the way, was left out of the Observer Enterprise report. It really can't be understated how damaging to a missing persons case it is to have the wife of the lead investigator all over Facebook suggesting it was an intentional disappearance. But if Sheriff McCutcheon was aware of it, he did nothing to stop it. On December 22nd, 2013, Melinda McCutcheon commented on a public message board regarding the case. What many people don't realize, she wrote, is that 911 calls in Coke County are answered by nurses and staff at the local nursing home in Robert Lee. They then call the sheriff's office dispatcher. Believe it or not, that's not even the bad part. She went on to say, I interviewed the dispatcher for the sheriff's office that night and was told they were only told that a 911 call had come in from a stranded motorist who had run out of gas on Highway 277. They didn't state north or south, so deputies were sent in both directions. Now that's interesting. Back in August, and then again in October, Belinda was saying that Neal and Fox were responding to a call from a trucker. Yet here, in this instance, she quite clearly says that they were responding to a call from Brandon himself. Also interesting because Brandon's 911 call at no point mentioned Highway 277. And I just want to make sure there's no ambiguity here. They knew by December 22nd that Brandon had called first. So this is just a lie. But then, on another platform, sometime before October of 2015, Melinda thought it would be a great idea to tell someone that, with regard to Brandon's condition at the time, she was told he couldn't have gone more than 100 yards. Presumably, this information came from Deputy Neal, who at no point had ever interacted with Brandon. Brandon had, of course, driven 30 miles just prior to disappearing, and searches had been conducted in the immediate vicinity of the truck prior to her interviewing anyone. He was not within 100 yards, he had not come back for his truck, and he had not turned up anywhere. Either something tragic happened to him after he left the vehicle and called 911, or he hitchhiked off of a highway so underused that Deputy Neal himself said a person could probably lie down in the middle of the road and not worry about being run over. And yet, here Melinda McCutcheon was, using her position as publisher of the local newspaper and wife of the county sheriff, to argue it was the latter, despite being fully aware that Brandon called 911 to beg for help as he believed someone was chasing him. As it would turn out, she could not possibly have been more wrong. Sadly, for almost a decade after Brandon's disappearance, and in spite of both volunteer and private search efforts, no new information came to light. The area was searched with dogs multiple times, more air hours were logged, and Texas EquiSearch scoured the surrounding properties on horseback. Then, finally, in 2022, a group led by a former classmate of Brandon's by the name of Jason Watts made a massive discovery. Now, I'll be honest, I had only 2 days to write this entire video, so in order to save myself some time and give a creator whose work I appreciate a shout out, I asked Bert from Local Legends with Bert and Moran to do a quick segment covering the first real break in the Brandon Lawson case.
First, I would like to thank the Lore Lodge for inviting me on to talk about the Brandon Lawson case. Now, going back to 2022, a search party got ready to set out on foot into the area of Highway 277. Up to this point, flyovers had been done in the area, but due to the fact no one had permission from the landowners, no foot searches were done in this particular area. And the flyovers turned up nothing. But honestly, looking at how thick the trees, bushes, and cacti are in the area, it's no surprise that Brandon was missed. One member of this search party was a man named Jason Watts. Jason had actually been to this area multiple times before looking for Brandon. Jason was also the one who figured out who owned the land next to Highway 277. He wrote them a letter explaining who he was and what he was doing, requesting permission to search their land for any sign of Brandon. 1 week later, Jason received a phone call from the landowner, who immediately gave him and his team permission to search the area. So, on January 15th, 2022, a 10-person search party set out on foot into the land next to Highway 277. And not terribly long into their search, they came across a pair of shoes and shorts that matched the ones Brandon was wearing the night he went missing. So, at around 3:30, 3:45, they would call law enforcement. Now, being January, by the time the police had actually arrived on the scene, the sun was starting to set, and it would actually take a couple of days for law enforcement to put together a professional search team to comb the area. But whenever they did, they came across human remains in the same general area that the initial search party found those clothes. Something to think about with these remains is that they had been out in the elements this entire time. Plus, this is Texas, and it's known to get extremely hot, not to mention that Brandon went missing in 2013, and now it's 2022. Honestly, it's lucky that any remains were found at all. The remains were sent off for testing, and on October 30th, 2023, a post was made to the Help Find Brandon Lawson Facebook page with an update about the DNA recovered from the remains. Now, there was not enough evidence to 100% confirm that it was, in fact, Brandon. There was enough evidence to confirm that the remains are male. Again, I want to give a thank you to the Lore Lodge for inviting me on to talk about the Brandon Lawson case.
As of October 2024, there has been no further movement on the DNA identification, which is a little bit strange considering that law enforcement told the family in March of this very year that the preliminary results had come through and they were now rerunning the tests in order to confirm their findings. That said, it is fully expected that the remains will be confirmed as being those of Brandon Lawson. This is largely due to the fact that the clothes found with the remains matched those Brandon was wearing the night he disappeared, and all of this was found within a mile of where his pickup truck was. Even if they do turn out to be his, however, that doesn't really answer any of the big questions surrounding this case. Most important among them, what precisely happened to Brandon that night on Route 277? There have been a number of hypotheses put forward, and a number of people have pointed to similarities with the disappearance of Brandon Swanson in Minnesota in 2009. Because beyond their strikingly similar names, these two cases do have quite a few similar details. For those who haven't seen our full video on Brandon Swanson, the basic gist of this case was that Brandon was leaving a party, I think something like 30 miles from his home. It's been a little while since I looked at it. But it should have been a straight shot. He just had to hop onto the highway and drive southeast and he would get home. But Swanson, much like Lawson, didn't want to get caught by the police because he had a DUI and he was underage and he was once again slightly under the influence while driving. He ended up taking a different route along a dark, seldom used rural road, went off the road, called his dad, tried to figure out where he was, and then went missing just after saying, "Oh shit," and then the phone call just done. I mean, the phone was still on, but Brandon wasn't talking. During that phone call, though, he had told his father that he believed he saw the lights of a town called Lind in the distance. Problem is, his car was nowhere near Lind. In fact, it was actually north of a highway that Lind was south of. the very same highway that Brandon should have been driving on that night. That seems though it could bear some similarity to Brandon Lawson believing that people were heading in the direction of Abilene even though they were headed towards Bronx. Like I said, however, in order to get to Abilene, he had to continue going towards Bronx, so that could have just been bad. But aside from possible misidentification of the location he was in, they also share the phone call suddenly cutting off, driving along a desolate road at night, the car being found slightly off the road in a way that didn't really make sense, the possibility of impairment, because there was the suggestion that Brandon Lawson may have been on something, and then, of course, the fact that there was nothing but farmhouses and open land for miles. But even with all those details, there's no real way to show a concrete connection between these two cases. So what else could it have been? As it turns out, the answer may lie in a little-known 2019 interview with Kyle Lawson, conducted by a small YouTube channel and podcast called Crawlspace. I say little-known because at the time of recording this video, the Crawlspace channel has less than 10,000 subscribers, and this video has only slightly more than 30,000 views. But in that discussion, Kyle clarified a massive number of details that were really only alluded to or suggested by news articles, most of which failed to cite where various snippets of information actually came from. For example, Brandon Lawson's